Power of travel and tourism is often overlooked. Ours is the sector connecting people and businesses to the world. And while life has changed in 2020, travel remains an essential part of life. And the power of travel and tourism is often overlooked. Ours is the sector connecting people and businesses to the world. And while life has changed in 2020, travel remains an essential part of life. And not just for the traveller, but for every business, every community, and every ecosystem, in every destination they visit. For nearly a decade, we have consistently outpaced the global economy, and across the world, governments are recognizing and realizing the importance of investment in their sector. But beyond the data, there is an often unrealized yet equally important chapter to this remarkable story. Because our sector wields the incredible power of positive change. Together in travel and tourism, we not only support and improve the lives of people from across the globe, but sustain and care for the fabric and infrastructure of the world we live in. For every hotel stay, for every flight taken, for every destination visited, we create jobs which provide people the opportunity to shape their own future, to feed their families, preserve their cultures and traditions, and improve the quality of the lives they lead. In the last 5 years, 1 in 4 of all new jobs were created by our incredible sector, which accounts for 330 million jobs around the world. We play an important role in empowering women and young people too. Research shows that within travel and tourism, women make up 54% of the workforce. It also employs a higher share of youth workers than other industries, who account for 30% of the sector's employment, embracing a diverse, inclusive, and multicultural workforce. The revenue we generate also supports the cost of infrastructure projects to improve education, to build housing and provide health services, increasing the overall well-being of life in local communities, whilst redistributing socio-economic power, helping developing nations prosper. And it's not just the human world that feels the positive effects of travel. It also improves the natural world too. Conservation and anti-poaching efforts around the world rely on the income from tourism to defend the natural wonder of our planet and provide us with the means to travel and experience the world in a sustainable, positive way. We at the World Travel and Tourism Council are realizing a new future. For the last 30 years, we have been the voice of the global private sector. By uniting government and industry leaders and engaging with communities, we will lead the economic recovery of our sector to a safe and sustainable future. A future where we will continue to create jobs, empower and protect the people, communities and natural wonders that make travel and tourism so special. Because this is the power to create a better world. The power of travel and tourism.
Distinguished guests, would you please welcome to the stage President and CEO of Hilton and the Chair of the World Travel and Tourism Council, Chris Nassetta.
Well, good morning, everyone. I am thrilled to be able to welcome you to our 2021 Global Summit for the World Travel and Tourism Council. We have been a long time in the making to bring this event together. Last we were together was in Seville, Spain 2 years ago. I think we all know last year we're not able to gather. And I have to say, as many stages as I have had the privilege of being on over many years, I've never felt more privileged than I do today to be on this stage, because this is the first event that I've been able to be on a stage with live participants that are numbering, I think at this point, Gloria, 600. So it's amazing to see everybody out here. For those of you that are here, thank you for coming and joining us in beautiful Cancun and from around the world. We're hosting our first hybrid event, and I think we have thousands of people that are joining us from around the world. So important today that we rally together as we get through, hopefully in the not too distant future, this global pandemic and get back on our feet as an industry. I wanted to say a very special thank you to all of our distinguished guests, particularly our host who's here with us today, Carlos Joaquin Gonzalez, who is the governor of Quintana Roo. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience in helping us be able to pull this event off in such a beautiful destination. We also have ministers of tourism from Mexico, Saudi Arabia, Spain, Portugal, Greece, and many other dignitaries. To all of you, welcome. Of course, our strategic sponsors, American Express, the Saudi Arabia Ministry of Tourism, Global Rescue, Hilton, and our diamond sponsor and venue host, Palace Resort. Appreciate all that you all have done to bring this to reality, and thank you to the rest of our gold, silver, and bronze sponsors. And last but not least, I would be remiss in not thanking Gloria and the entire WTTC team. The last year, I think for all of us in this industry, frankly, for all of us, around the world, for all of humanity, has been one of the most challenging years, but certainly travel and tourism has been at the epicenter of the issues. And Gloria and the team have kept the spirits high, kept our advocacy going, and made sure that we were front and center as we were both addressing the crisis and thinking about the opportunities ahead. So Gloria, like all of us, doing more with less during the pandemic, you and the team have done a phenomenal job. And in organizing this event, which is an extraordinary effort in a normal year, you can imagine trying to be one of the first big live hybrid events that's been pulled off in the world was quite an undertaking. So Gloria, thank you. You did it. We had lots of conversations. We were worried, but here we are, 600 people in the room, all safe and secure, and thousands more joining in to help us lead this industry to the next era of travel. Before I get started, I want to do something that I know is important to me, and I think important to many in this room, and that's to remember an incredible industry leader and a man that was a dear friend, while a competitor, was one of my very close friends, and that's Arne Sorenson. Arne left, I think we all know, an incredible mark on this amazing industry of ours, and with Marriott Associates all around the world as one of the great leaders in our industry and for that company. His legacy will obviously live on for many years, and I know many of you, like me, are feeling his loss and keeping his family in your thoughts and prayers. So I thought it would be nice to take a moment and honor Arne, have a moment of silence, and for all of those lives as well that were lost in this last year to COVID. The pandemic fully, but we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. And I think it's fair to say 2020 challenged all of us enormously. But we've persevered as an industry in so many inspiring ways. I saw it every single day with my teams that represent us in 120 countries around the world, all of which were dealing with this. And I know every single person in this room can say the same of their own organization. While we're not through it, we are on the brink of recovery, and it is critically important, more than ever in the history of our industry, that we work together to reunite as travel resumes around the world. Because the one thing that we do know is there are tremendous benefits when people broaden their horizons and build understanding across cultures and borders. Fundamentally, while some will say this is stunted travel permanently, I don't think that is the case. People's desire for experiences and connections hasn't changed. In fact, I would argue the pandemic has only heightened those trends, and certainly we talk to our customers, it supports that. As people are really eager to get out and create those new memories, those special moments, to make those connections, whether that be for leisure, whether that be for business, whether that be at an incredible conference like this, things that just can't be done on a screen. As an industry, I think it's really important, and we'll be talking about this throughout the next couple days, that we seize this moment. In my mind, we have an opportunity, but more importantly, I think everybody in this room and everybody joining us around the world has a responsibility to reconnect the world and build a truly inclusive growth profile in our industry for our children, our grandchildren, and beyond. Over the last year, we have had a really good chance to see what happens when travel and tourism is stalled. The economic and social impacts are enormous. Our industry's contribution to global GDP dropped by an astounding 49% last year, and we lost 62 million jobs in 1 year. This is why, as we focus on the future, we've got to be more focused than ever on creating new opportunities for people to build better lives for themselves and their families, because we know travel and tourism is an engine of opportunity. We have to be focused on protecting the destinations where we live, where we work, where we travel, and we have to be focused on truly driving inclusive growth that prioritizes investing in diverse talent, the people serving our customers every day on the front lines who are going to be the future, the future leaders of our industry. We know creating a safe environment is the key to unlocking travel. For that matter, it always has been. These advancements we've seen in therapeutics and testing and vaccines are very encouraging. In fact, the development of vaccines, I think, is really a modern miracle. And we're seeing huge progress around the world, different speeds, but huge progress around the world in distributing those vaccines. That said, what we know from the past, with other disruptions and crises that we've had, this needs to be a coordinated effort. We know what happens when every country sort of retreats to their own corner and deals with it themselves in their own way, and they don't work together to combat a crisis, in this case, this terrible disease. Our sector needs to lead the way in advocating internationally for the opening of borders and common sense approaches to ensure safety and consistency at every step of the traveler journey as we progress through this recovery. We can do this. We can open borders. We can get people moving. We have 600 of you that moved to Cancun to be here today in a very safe way. We just have to be intelligent and coordinated in how we do it. Measures like seamless, secure, and internationally accepted health credentialing systems and widespread effective testing are certainly going to help reduce the need for quarantining, allowing travelers to move safely and more freely around the world. And it's going to be important that we work together with countries and with the private sector all over the world to bring it to life with existing technologies that we have and new technology solutions where we need them. Together, we have to focus on building partnerships across all sectors and push for the collaboration that we know is essential for our recovery. WTTC's safe travel protocols are an incredible example of how our industry quickly came together to reassure travelers and build confidence in their ability to travel safely while creating experiences that they expect. I thank Gloria and her team. They were all over this very early in advocating and working with many governments around the world on these protocols, and it has made a difference, and it gives us an amazing foundation to build from. As WTTC has done throughout its 30-year history, it will play a central and critical role in uniting our industry, lending their expertise and advocating for what will benefit us all as we work towards a full recovery in travel and tourism. Everyone in this room and everyone logged in virtually around the world is going to be critical in making this a reality. We all have to look past our competitive spirits and seek out opportunities to collaborate and share ideas that will help propel this industry forward from the crisis once and for all. We all know and see that our industry has the ability to transform lives. Not long ago, our industry was in fact the second fastest growing hospitality, industry of all industries in the world, outpacing broader global economic growth. We absolutely can reclaim that momentum and continue to be a force for good around the world. We cannot back down from this moment. Together, we need to redefine a new age of travel that propels us into the future, powering progress for all of our stakeholders. This is a huge opportunity in front of us. I know a lot of people think travel has been forever impaired. We all in this room know it hasn't. We talked for many years about the golden age of travel that got disrupted by COVID. The reality is the next 2 to 3 years when we get through this pandemic, if we do our jobs, will be better than what we had before, because we know that people want to travel. They want to see the world. We just have to give them the means to do that. We will, we can emerge from this period and build a better world for all of us to travel. We must do it. It's an imperative. It is an awesome responsibility, and I have every confidence with the people in this room and those around the world that as an industry, we've done it before, and we will do it again. Thank you again. It's been wonderful to serve for the last 3 years as your chair, and I will continue to be very actively involved as I'm not going anywhere from an industry point of view. So I've appreciated my three years with you. Now I would like to invite Gloria and Governor Gonzalez, if I could, to join me on the stage. Governor, we just wanted to give a very special thank you to you for your leadership throughout the pandemic and your support of travel and tourism as our industry recovers. On behalf of all of us here at WTTC, we're so appreciative of your partnership and so appreciative that you made the time and effort to be patient with us, to be able to bring this event here and be able to host such a fabulous event, although it took a little longer than any of us had hoped. Your leadership here in this region of the world is, I think, a fabulous example for what others can do around the world. So thank you very much, and we would like to demonstrate how committed we are to Quintana Roo, the Yucatan, Jalisco, and Baja California Sur by presenting you with this award. Gloria?
It's the Global Leaders Award. Congratulations, Governor, and thank you very much for your leadership. You can hold it here because of protocols. I cannot give it to you, just like that.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Governor, it is worth mentioning that members represented in this room and around the world have a plan to invest $2.5 billion in your region in the coming years. We think we'll create more than 100,000 jobs. So you've done a fabulous job helping get us through this crisis, and our member companies are gonna help on the other side of the crisis by investing and creating jobs. So once again, thank you very much for your leadership.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Gracias, Gloria. Gracias. Buenos días. Good morning.
Good morning. It is a great pleasure to be here today with all of you. And I thank again WTTC for the initiative of holding the summit, annual summit here in Cancun, Quintana Roo. It is very important for all the destinations in Quintana Roo and in Mexico in general to be able to have this summit meeting here in our state. I also would like to invite you all in order to visit, to get to know our beauties and attractions of Sun Beach, jungle, and an ocean that will embrace us with all this wonderful nature. Likewise, I really appreciate the fact that you have awarded me this prize on behalf of the government of Quintana Roo and the entire population of Quintana Roo. I really appreciate this honor, although I do know very well that receiving an award is always something that is engaging us to work even harder and more and closer to our society. Tourism is a very important sector for Quintana Roo. However, we have been facing a very difficult moment since last year, like practically the entire tourism industry has. And this pandemic that struck us on a complex global scenario when it was always necessary to consider new strategies, coordinated answers, and in an urgent manner among all of us, because mostly we needed to take care of the collective interest so we could all overcome the crisis. Suddenly, we found a scenario never seen before, and a population mostly connected to the tourism industry ended up without productive activities and without a wage to bring to for the families. But most important was to preserve the health of everybody. So we had to adopt temporary measures such as staying home, stopping any public actions, massive groupings, reduce commercial or work areas, only essential activities, to apply social distancing, the restriction of city mobilization, the paralyzation of economic activities. These were complicated and harsh measures, with never affecting human rights of the citizenship, which is a basis of democratic societies. The sequelae of pandemic, the high possibilities of infections with human interaction, the risk of death, the application of restrictive measures that I've already mentioned, made great difficulties in all the order we were used to. We had to do something extraordinary in the normal activities because the condition of the operation of economy, of normality, social relations, educations, of our own health are no longer the same, and they have become extraordinary conditions. If we consider the challenges we posed before ourselves in view of this pandemic, the priority was to work paying special attention to human dimension. Our priority was to save lives and avoid infections. We focused on a social dimension that has to do with the most vulnerable sectors, poverty and inequality. This is what we did under the premise that we needed to take care everybody, all the citizens, female and male. Also maintaining the jobs of our productive plant, and we designed a plan, each one from our own position, enterprise, or institution. We had to do whatever was necessary to take care of himself and reactivate economy and job protections to help the economy of the families. Quintana Roo must continue being one of the states with the highest growth rate in economic activities. commercial and tourism insertion must be central in the government agenda and of our growth. And we must consolidate it as a permanent policy that will transcend the duration of constitutional mandates. The new regulations are already being implemented in the tourism industry, forcing us to keep on promoting the opening of markets commercially, as well as consolidating it as a great promoter of our economy. And with this, support the trust of the investors and increasing the number of hotel rooms and lodging centers. The strategies implemented to promote development and economic diversification will help us in this post-pandemic era for economic recovery. And we already have better indicators in the number of flights, passengers, ground, air passengers, hotel occupancy, and access to the different parks. Let's understand that today is our moment, and we cannot allow that resignation and fear will gain over hope. There is still a lot to do. We cannot miss the increase of social demands, economic, cultural, and environmental demands, because people expect more and demands more. Everybody wants more opportunities for progressing, and opportunities must reach everybody. And this is a concept.
Members, Excellencies, friends, welcome to our Global Summit. Welcome to the friends that are here today in person and online from all over the world. We have all seen and experienced the effect of the pandemic, but hearing from the social impact from these children reminded us that every decision we make, every recommendation we share has an impact on our present and our future. COVID has devastated our sector and the lives and livelihoods of hundreds of millions of people around the world. People who depend on travel and tourism to survive, to provide to their families, and to put food on their table. This virus has not only changed how we engage with each other, but how we connect. Just look at us today, sitting almost 2 meters of distance apart. First time ever. But it has changed our today and our tomorrow. Our 2021 economic impact research shows that our sector lost almost $4.5 trillion. And as Chris mentioned, 62 million jobs have been destroyed. Travel and tourism GDP contribution fell 4.7 trillion in 2020 from nearly 9.2. That's a decrease massive, 49%. Basically, our contribution to the global economy decreased from 10.4% to 5.5%. Leisure spending decreased 49%, while business 61%. And just to put it in context, the worst crisis that we had before was the financial crisis. Well, the COVID had 18 times the impact of the financial crisis, 18 times. The global community has now been dealing with COVID pandemic for more than a year. And as we look back to when this crisis started, we can truly see the impact. On a global scale, we have lost lives and livelihoods. On a personal level, many of us have lost friends and loved ones. But while 2020 was not the year we expected, this was a year when people really came together. We saw our sector joining forces to support our workforce and our local communities, from using our facilities as emergency hospitals, offering hotel rooms to doctors and nurses, for instance, to providing meals to millions of people, and transforming convention centers or cruises and medical facilities. We have seen an amazing response. But one thing has been clear: our members, the leaders and captains of our sector, have truly stepped up. I'm very proud. I have learned through their example that leadership matters, especially during difficult times. Chris, our chair, and our board, and all the members have not only provided guidance, but valuable insight. They have been our North Star. And at WTTC, we have worked tirelessly to support not only the members, but the entire travel and tourism ecosystem. I want to take this opportunity to thank you all, and to also acknowledge and thank the amazing WTTC team for their hard work and dedication in these very challenging times. Big applause for everyone. With the knowledge of our members and public health experts, we created the Safe Travel Global Protocols, as Chris mentioned, and the staff, to ensure that we don't repeat the same mistakes of the past, and we create consistency for the sector and reassurance for the traveler. The response has been impressive. Over 260 destinations they have received this recognition today. And by the way, Cancun was the first one, or one of the first ones. Congratulations there, Governor, as well. Great example. We engage with more than 150 governments to advocate for policies and measures needed for the survival of our sector and our workforce. We receive great support in countries small and large, and I would like to thank the government leaders here today, because your partnership has been amazing and your support very valuable. Thank you very much to all the government leaders that are joining us here today. And as one of the major challenges in the pandemic was probably the international coordination in 2020, we worked very closely with governments and the G20 community. And I would especially want to thank and acknowledge the leadership of Saudi Arabia, the 2020 chair of the G20. His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib, Minister of Tourism, supported the private sector and made history by inviting us to take part of the G20 tourism meeting for the first time ever, where we presented a plan to recover 100 million jobs. But the most important, for the first time ever, the importance of the private sector in travel and tourism was included in the Leaders' Declaration. Thank you very much for your leadership as well. Thank you. What a year we had. What is clear to me is that we're not going back to 2019. We're moving forward.
Matthew, why don't we just start with you and go right across the panel. What are the barriers that you see right now still, either on an international, national, or regional basis, that are an impediment to recovery? Things that you would like to see change, lifted, adapted?
Well, you're going to like me as a moderator, because I thought about it this morning. Just read the page and a half that WTTC put out. Risk assessment, right? The protocols, the safety, I mean, it's right there. I mean, it's very well done. If you haven't read it, read it. And I do think that as governments and places are figuring out, you know, the ability to act on those things, and I do think that some of those policies, not having the idea of focusing on the risk of the individual traveler, you know, huge news yesterday with the EU. I mean, that was a big move forward. So I think the risk assessment piece, the testing, the protocols of safety, it's right there. So read that document.
Jose, some of the barriers that you see on a regional or even international level that you think are still impediments to the recovery?
Yeah, definitely we look obviously at large destinations like Cancun or Los Cabos, but we also need and address the need of having local circuits of tourism around communities. And we need also to increase the capacity of them in terms of adopting technology and adopting these safety protocols that these small communities, these towns that we obviously would like to visit, would like to encourage their growth, need to be strengthened with. So there's a lot of work to be done in these small communities too.
And if we're going to let people travel if they have vaccinations, we have to figure out what is that technology that allows them to safely upload it, actually get it, communicate it to the proper authorities to be able to start this trip and this process. How about you? What impediments do you see? You must have applauded the EU decision that is now going to allow vaccinated, people to travel.
Yes, we did. There is a very high barrier at this moment, and it's pretty much the following. World Health Organization identifies a set of activities of high risk, and one of them is still traveling. So all of us, are saying that we have to articulate ourselves. Yes, we do. Governments have to articulate ourselves. But among us, we still have a huge barrier to overcome. And basically, it deals with the risk, the perception of the risk. And now, as you can imagine, in the pilot seat is the health authorities are in the pilot seat. And we have to have a clear message from the World Health Organization saying, okay, traveling does not bring any extra risk as long as you comply with the rules. And that's it. And we didn't get that message yet. So that's something, when the day comes, I guess that the barrier will be removed for sure.
Arnold, impediments to travel that you would love to see adapted, lifted?
Yeah, building on what she said, it's just uniformity or consistency around the world. You have today governments with health ministries, transportation departments, tourism sectors, and they're not all on the same page. And then across the countries, people aren't all on the same page, and that's what WTTC is trying to encourage, and that's the critical aspect of our private-public partnership. And that's what we need, science-based, uniform approach so people can travel safely in a frictionless way.
Great. And Greg?
I don't have much to add other than consistency is a good point. If governments who have constantly changed their policies have inhibited demand and intent from people who want to travel, I think what we're looking for through the summer, through the back of the year, is certainty. Whatever the friction cost is of traveling, understand what that is, and then be able to either pay or not pay those friction costs, but allow certainty so the traveler can book, the traveler can plan, the companies can correspond with whatever demand they need to service that planning and that travel.
All of the surveys show that people want to start traveling again. They are so eager, they're chomping at the bit. But as you mentioned, it's feast or famine. If a resort or area is open, then they cannot keep up with the capacity. And I think a lot of people are concerned about returning to over-tourism. And we have a really good question because that's been a conversation point here at the conference. 2019 was the last year of what people described as over-tourism, too much pressure on certain areas. So how do we avoid doing that as we come out of this crisis?
This is one of my favorite topics. First of all, I think it starts when we were in Buenos Aires. I was on a panel on this. It's a very difficult subject in the first place, but I think it starts with self-determination. And I think one of the things that we've forgotten is when we talk about sustainability, we don't just talk about the environment. We talk about the preservation of natural cultural heritage and benefiting the local economies. So I think what you're going to see here is a lot of people, certainly at the affluent and experiential traveler, we have lots of data that this pandemic has made people rethink how they're going to travel. And I do think that weaving those stories into it, and one of the things that we did in talking about sustainability, we doubled down on all of our efforts, storytelling, data, et cetera. But one of the most important pieces is connecting sustainability to what was in that video. And Gloria, the videos you had today were some of the best I've ever seen WTTC do. And I think what it gets to is reminding people that we actually, in Florianopolis a long time ago at WTTC, somebody talked about what would happen if you had an imaginary switch to all the environmentalists that if you clicked it, everything would stop. Well, here we are.
Yeah.
And it was proposed that it could actually be one of the greatest disasters in the history of the planet, ecologically and culturally and economically. So I think that coming back, focusing on the impact of travelers in the local economy, the preservation, and things, those stories need to be told better. And I think that our sustainability stories need to be woven into the fabric of everything we say and everything we do, not as an appendix. It needs to be woven into the core of who we are and what we say. And we just have to become better storytellers.
And we're going to really get deep into that conversation tomorrow because it really is about how we recover. Jose, we had another question that came in on the app about how do we improve technology to be able to accelerate the recovery here in Mexico?
I think that I would like, it's not only in Mexico, it's everywhere. First, connectivity is something that needs to be addressed very fast. And basically, we are seeing a transition between all this connectivity that we have, the 5G networks getting into connection with Wi-Fi 6, the capacity that we have to take all this data and produce more intelligent offering, a more savvy guest is coming also, and we need to anticipate a little bit what is happening to them. And also thinking that when we go online, someone puts us a cookie and follow us everywhere. So why are not taking this advantage when we get into Cancun and we follow all the traces and we find at what time we would like to wake up, which kind of breakfast I'd like to have, which kind of sport I'm willing more have to experience in my time during the visit in the city. So there's a lot of things that needs to be addressed within the industry and trying to have a more connected experience with a more savvy guest that is coming everywhere.
Arnold, we have another question here. How difficult is this rehiring process going to be? Because people who are in marketing, people who are in technology, they have the capability of leaving travel and tourism and getting very good jobs in other sectors that are recovering faster. In the service industry, people may be looking for what are those openings that maybe are not where they'd been employed for the last decade. How hard is the rehiring process going to be in your business, but also more broadly?
Yeah, more broadly. I think, look, travel and tourism is still an exciting sector. And as we point out, the things that are open today, you can't service the demand. And so it has a tremendously bright future. We will learn to live with COVID-19. We'll learn how to manage it and live with it. And the future of travel and tourism is extremely bright. So I don't think it's going to be exceedingly difficult. There may be a period of time. You know, we've lost some good people who said, well, I don't know, we're going to start again. And so I've got to have this opportunity in another sector. But when we're rolling again, we'll be able to attract the people that we need, as I feel.
Greg, I just kind of want to wrap up our panel with really sort of all of you being very thoughtful about what you wish you knew at the end of 2019 that maybe you now know, and what lessons really should be ingrained in our DNA to make sure that we're better prepared for the next big challenge that may be out there, what we've really learned from the COVID-19 crisis.
In an odd way, every one of the presentations I do to raise money, you have to identify risk. And I would do a presentation for a fund or a company, and I would identify the only thing that can stop this company, the only thing that can stop the march of this kind of growth is global pandemic flu. And each one of my investors said, it's never going to happen. You know, the risk of that is minuscule. Luckily, I'm glad I put that in my disclosure statements because it was less of an argument later on as to whether I'd adequately disclose what could happen. You know, I think I had been through the previous crisis. As some of you know, I was the chief investment officer at JP Morgan Chase during the financial crisis. And so the first move, as I said before, the first move for most companies was to recognize the crisis and establish the amount of liquidity. That gave you the ability to make a lot of decisions. The companies that didn't do that suffered immeasurably during this time frame. So I knew that. I would say the thing I didn't know, and this is maybe more personal, is we've all had to learn to manage our businesses over Zoom, which is a different thing. At least in our business, managing people, allowing people to prosper. Also, what was interesting is our remote employees, for the first time, had an equal say to our employees who weren't remote. And I learned a lot of things about people who were based all over the world that I didn't know before. That was the biggest learning for me, and I'd like to be ready to manage more remotely going forward.
Arnold, what did you learn that you wish you knew before all of this that you would now ingrain in the DNA of how you manage your business?
It's pretty funny how common it is, because I would always say, when people say, what keeps you up at night? I would say, the only thing that keeps me up at night, I would make some flip remark about a TV show or something, and I would say, but anything that makes people afraid to travel keeps people from traveling. And so one thing I've learned is I'm never going to say that again, because obviously it happened. So I'm only saying positive things from now on. So the bottom line, though, is a similar thing, is we increased our communications tremendously because we're in a crisis. We raised $23.6 billion, which is a substantial sum for a company our size, over the months, with nobody in an office. We weren't in an office, the banks weren't in an office, the investors weren't in an office, the lawyers weren't in an office. So we did it all virtually, and kept the company alive with liquidity and whatnot. But the amount of communication, the nature of communication has fundamentally changed permanently going forward. And the other thing, the things that were reinforced. We went into this with a strong balance sheet. Thank goodness we did, okay? And so coming out of this, we will return to a strong balance sheet over time, because it'll allow you to weather storms when they happen, and the world is full of surprises.
Yeah, Rita, what did you learn from this year that would help protect what you do from future shocks in terms of stimulating tourism for Portugal?
Several things, but I would like to highlight the communication part, because we are dealing with the industry, so all the economic operators, then we have tourists, and then we do have the residents, and we do have to have a communication strategy to cover all these three players. And this is something that should be easy to implement, but it's really not easy to execute. And so we did have a communication strategy, but I think we undermine a little bit, the need to have a very assertive, clear, timely, needed communication strategy. And so my feeling, when I look back to what happened in 2020, I see a lot of noisy reactions, and I think it really jeopardized the industry itself. In the long term, I think we'll overcome this, but it creates this perception, it increases the perception of risk. And this is terrible in the industry, so we really need to think about communicating better in a very assertive way, clear way, in order to overcome this situation.
Jose, communication and connectedness, it sounds like your sweet spot.
I think that we also need to make this communication more agile to add up what they were telling, to adopt agile in terms of leadership, this capacity to overcome in a timely manner to what is happening and to adapt fast is something that we just learned from this crisis. And there are going to be more crises to come, and we need to be very well prepared. And definitely we need to be more connected between each other, because from my perspective, we have a great risk in cybersecurity, in cyber threats in the future. So we need also to be prepared as industry on how to be reactive and be ready for those challenges that we are facing in an agile way.
And Matthew, you have the last word here. What you wish you'd known, but what you now know that you would bake into your business's DNA to prevent from future shocks?
I think, one of the things that has really hit me was that major disruptions, and there's never been bigger than one, accelerate trends, either to the upside or the downside. Our network is a co-created network. And so I think, for me, the biggest lesson was, how do you take the concept of co-creation? Aggregation theory means that everybody who adds to a network actually adds value to that network. And I think we were headed in that direction because our membership and our partners are so diverse. But how do you actually build an ecosystem that allows that to self-perpetuate in a way that, quite frankly, you can get up in the morning and see things being done that you didn't even know were happening because they basically self-created themselves. So creating ecosystems, and those ecosystems actually become stronger with more connection. We talk about interoperability amongst health passes. we need to strengthen interoperability amongst all ourselves, government, private sector, individual organizations. And this industry is absolutely right for being the leader of this, because nobody has been affected like this, and no other industry is more an ecosystem that depends on each other like we are. And I think that's my big takeaway.
Thank you to the panel. Thank you for all of you for your great questions. Really a pleasure to be with you. So throughout this summit, we're going to have a number of flash learnings from leaders sharing their experiences, what they've learned that has helped them navigate through the pandemic, and what they're doing right now towards their recovery. And I think these sessions, some of which will be live digitally, some on video, will actually show the humanity of this crisis. So first up, we're going to hear from Intercontinental Hotels Group's Chief Executive Officer, Keith Barr, and then you'll hear from Expedia's President of Business Services, Ariana Gorin. Thank you so much, and I'll walk off the stage with you right now.
Hi everyone, I hope that you are well. I'm sorry that I can't be with you in person today, but it's nice to be able to spend some time with you virtually. And I think a year on of dealing with all the challenges we face, it's an important time for us to look back and reflect upon what we've learned and how do we emerge from this as better leaders, as better companies, as a better industry. And I think probably I took away 3 lessons from the last year. The first one was really the power and the importance of purpose. And at IHG, our purpose is true hospitality for good. And that's never been more important than in the past year. And basically through the lens of what does good look like and how do we do good? How can we address all the challenges that confronted us? And I thought about our stakeholders, customers, owners, colleagues, governments around the world. And first with our customers, it was make sure that they were treated right, make sure that they were treated to a safe stay, and understood everything that we were doing to ensure their safety and security as we were managing through the challenges. Clearly then looking after our colleagues, and that was in multiple ways. First, it was getting new operating procedures in place in the hotels and training and protective equipment and redesigning our properties from buffets to front desks, but really making sure they were set up to be successful, but most importantly, be safe. I think then it was our owners, and recognizing that we work with thousands of small business owners around the world who are facing the toughest challenges that they've ever seen before. How do we help them get through the crisis? How do we ensure that they have the liquidity they need to be able to operate their businesses and keep people employed? And that's where we focused on, with my peers, on advocacy, talking to governments around the world to get those programs set up to protect colleagues with furloughs, or the PPP scheme in the United States and things in other markets around the world too. So making sure that our owners got through this so that we could have a healthy industry when we exited. I think the last stakeholders were clearly governments. In engaging with them in a very thoughtful way, talking about the importance of our industry, the importance of how many people we employ, how we impact GDP growth, and continue to engage on them on solutions. And again, that's from housing frontline workers to helping with vaccinations, but how do we reopen this industry too? And so, I think our purpose of true hospitality for good, helped guide me and my team about all the decisions we had to make. And I'd say with the lens of time, how do people look back and said, they did good, they did the right thing, they made a difference. I think the next thing was really about leadership. And I think we've all, learned a number of leadership lessons. And I think the most important things I took away really were authenticity and the importance and power of communication. First, it was just being authentic with everyone and talking to them about the challenges we're collectively facing through some of the most uncertain times we've ever faced, but also being human and making sure people recognize that we cared about them as individuals and looking after their health and well-being. And it was the power of communication, I think, that helped us get through this. And again, I've learned to change what I do moving forward. Regular, frequent communication, very personable, very transparent. Doing calls for video calls for thousands of colleagues around the world and taking questions live, real time, so they could ask what they wanted, what was on their mind, to make sure that everyone understood we were going to get through this. And that's probably the last lesson to me I saw, was just the resilience of this industry. And it's an amazing, we've bounced back from the financial crisis, from 9/11, And this industry will come back. We are seeing that hunger and that demand for travel as vaccines begin to be administered and as markets reopen. We know that business travel will come back, and groups, meetings, and events will come back, and leisure travel will be the lead on this. But that's exciting to see. But we have to work together as an industry. And so whether it's hotel company to hotel company, or more broadly airlines or cruise, we have to work together to help this industry get through these challenges. But we are incredibly resilient. The desire for travel is there. It will come back time and time again. So again, sorry that I'm not with you all, and I wish you an amazing event and look forward to seeing you when we begin traveling again. Take care.
Hello to the WTTC Global Summit. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person today, and I'm looking forward to being there next year, face to face. Today I wanted to share a few learnings from the COVID crisis, as well as implications for our industry and for the world. I would just start by recognizing that it's clearly been a challenging year for all of us. There have been a lot of lows and a lot of challenges, but also a lot of highs. For me personally, 2020 was the year that after 18 years of engagement, I finally got married. And if you had told me that I would be celebrating from Europe with my family in the US over Zoom the day of my wedding, I don't think I would have believed it. But there was such a joy and perfection in the day. And I think that that was one of the lessons of COVID and of this last year, which is enjoying those small moments of joy. But for us professionally, it has been very challenging. All companies around the world have had to figure out, how do we take care of our employees in the midst of this crisis? At Expedia Group, we've always had a global workforce and flexible working policies. But with the COVID crisis and the need for people to be working from home, we did have to rethink the way that we were working. And especially for our customer service teams, who were on the front line, answering the phones for our customers and travelers and our partners, especially at the height of COVID. So we put in place flexibility. We allowed people to work reduced working hours if they needed to. We made sure that they had the equipment at home so that people were able to do their jobs from home. But doing work from a screen all the time is clearly tiring, and Zoom fatigue is happening more and more around the world. We see the numbers of depressions going up all over the world. And so one of the things we've focused on at Expedia Group is not only how do we help our employees be able to do their jobs from home, but how do we help them with their mental wellness? We put in place a mental wellness hub. We extended our employee assistance program, which allows employees to get easy access to therapy services. In my division, we put in place meeting-free Fridays so that people would have a day where they could have think time, because so much of the other time was spent in meetings. And we put in place a program called Junior Journeys, which was effectively story time, so that working parents who had children at home could have their children have a story read to them by someone else around the world. So the way that we supported each other and our employees has been very critical to getting through this. But obviously, it's also about supporting our industry and our customers and our partners. And this crisis really has brought our industry together in ways we hadn't seen before. I'd always thought that we punched below our weight in terms of being an industry that accounts for 10% of global GDP. And I think this crisis really rallied us to speak with one voice. And when I look at what WTTC has done, creating safe travels with global standardized protocols and stamps for health and safety measures, it has had an impact. And at Expedia Group, we've tried to contribute to bring demand back to our supply partners who need it with our relief and recovery program, where we've put aside $275 million to help our partners. Across all industries, we've seen digital acceleration. This is true outside of travel, but it's especially true in travel. And the beauty of digitization is that it allows us to reverse or to accelerate super quickly. And what the whole industry found at the start of the pandemic is that anything manual without self-service or digital options were the biggest problems. Many of us faced a tsunami of calls and a deluge of customer support issues. We had to take a machine that was built to go in forward gear and take it into reverse 3 times as fast. And at Expedia Group and across the travel industry, we've used the time since last year to innovate and to add self-service everywhere. I'm often asked what my learnings have been around business travel because I run our corporate travel division. Fundamentally, I believe that people do business with people, and there is a human need for connections, whether that's with colleagues from the same company or building relationships with clients or suppliers outside of your company. And as I've talked to our corporate clients, what I've heard over and over is that they're actually now thinking of travel less as a cost or a line item and more as an investment for growth. And that's really good news for all of us in the travel industry. When I think about what the pandemic has taught me, I would say many of the lessons were things I already knew, but the pandemic has really crystallized my thinking. One is the importance of communicating clearly, simply, and often. That's what our teams need. The second is prioritizing, brutally removing the nice-to-haves and just focusing on the must-haves. Third is the importance of resilience and self-care, both physically and mentally. But I think actually the one that surprised me most was that the clarity of the crisis removed organizational silos or organizational boundaries. Because when we had one focus, suddenly we were operating as one organization. For the world, one of the burning platforms that we do need to address is the uneven impact the pandemic has had on women. Last year, McKinsey calculated that women's jobs were 1.8 times more likely to be vulnerable to the COVID pandemic than men's jobs. Women make up 39% of the global workforce, but they account for only 54% of the overall job losses. And it's been estimated that we have lost 40 years of progress with the impact of women on the workforce in COVID. Travel is 10% of the world's GDP, and we account for 1 in 10 jobs. And in the 5 years before COVID, we accounted for 1 in 5 newly created jobs. So we have a real role to play in helping healing the world of the issues that we've seen in the gender divide. So in conclusion, former American President John F. Kennedy once remarked that the word crisis in Mandarin is composed of 2 characters, one meaning danger and the other opportunity. If 2020 was a year of crisis for our industry, I believe that 2021 is the year of opportunity. When we look at the scale and the speed of vaccine rollout, when we look at what public and private partnerships have been able to do to start to get travel on the path to recovery. And of course, the real need, the human need to meet people in person and not just by video. We know that we have a role to play in healing the world. And I can't wait to see what we're going to do in the next year and then to be with all of you next year to celebrate the successes we will have had as an industry in 2021. Thank you.
Two really insightful perspectives from leaders in our industry, and interesting theme of coming out of a shock, the opportunity that's created as we see acceleration of trends that were already in place, such as the digital acceleration that is really going to be so good for our industry. And this conference is going to be a great example of that. The team that produces this conference every year had to be so nimble. They were preparing first for a conference in 2020 in Puerto Rico. Because of a disaster in Puerto Rico, they shifted here to Cancun. They were well on their way to producing this conference in Cancun in 2020 when suddenly everything stopped. And then for a year, they were dormant. But then having to regroup coming out of the pandemic and produce one of the first major conferences that we're seeing in the world, bringing together a live audience, but also a virtual audience, shows how nimble our industry can be. And I'd love all of you to think about this team as you see not only the integration of panels here on stage, those of you in the audience, but how we're going to be bringing in live guests in the coming hours. We're going to be doing that also in our strategic insight sessions. And so we're going to actually have multiple programs going on at once. This will be particularly interesting for those of you that are watching remotely, that are watching this conference digitally. Here on the main stage, we're going to be exploring next the COVID-19 experience from a North American perspective. Now, if you're viewing on the digital platform, you can stay right here with us on the main auditorium page to watch that session live, or you can actually visit the video on demand room now, or you can do it later, and you can view 3 other sessions that are happening simultaneously and will remain on the site, on the platform. Those include regional focuses focusing on Asia Pacific, Europe, and Latin America. And we're very pleased to have a wonderful cast of speakers on all of those panels, including James Lang, Pansy Ho, Bernadette Romulo Puyat, Frederick Jowson, Nigel Huddleston, and Julian Guerrero Orozco. So I recommend those of you here in the room, when you have a chance, when you're back in your room or traveling home, please check in on some of those other regional panels. Those of you at home, you have your choice. And we're really happy to have an old friend come back once again to moderate the panel here in the room. And I want to welcome the editor-in-chief of Travel Weekly, Arnie Weissman, who will bring his panel onto the stage.
Thank you, Kathleen. Am I on? Yes? Okay. Thank you, Kathleen. You know, North America, the region of North America generated $240 billion in visitor spend in 2019. The countries, Canada, Mexico, the US, and the Caribbean as a region are all in the top, I'm going to take this off, in the top 15 of countries where travel and tourism has generated excellent levels of GDP in the top 15%. So what did these countries learn during the pandemic, and how will COVID-19 reshape tourism? Here to help me explore that in conversation, I'd like to welcome first Greg Webb, CEO of Travelport, Fred Dixon, CEO of NYC & Company, Robin Tauk, co-owner Tauk, and chairman of Tourism Cares, the industry nonprofit, J.D. O'Hara, CEO of Internova Travel Group, and Alex Zozaya, executive chairman of Apple Leisure Group. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. So when you look at North America, there's really 3 ways we can look at it. There's domestic travel, there's intra-regional travel, and then there's international outbound travel. And we're going to be talking about each of them as they were all dramatically impacted during the pandemic. So let's look at domestic travel first. And we have panelists representing different markets that had very different outcomes during 2020 and during the pandemic. New York, Fred, NYC & Company, suffered very, very badly during the pandemic. But the national parks, if they suffered at all, suffered from an abundance of success. And Robin, whose company travels to the national parks, I'd like to ask you about that too. But let's start with New York. Fred, you were coming off a record year of visitation in 2019. Where is it now? How was that? Where is it now, and where is it going? How has it been reshaped? Let's start with that.
Thank you very much, Arnie, and good morning, everyone. Yeah, I mean, it's been an incredibly challenging year, certainly in the Northeast, and I think for urban destinations in particular, we have our own set of challenges. Certainly one of our greatest strengths in normal times, the density and that energy and excitement that you get in places like New York, became a real liability. But we've learned to live with that, we've learned to manage it, and I'm really happy to say that New York is reawakening. What we've seen over the past 4 to 5 weeks is that occupancy is beginning to rebuild, certainly on the weekends. It is definitely being led by leisure travel, and we've heard that theme, I think, throughout the morning. But we're above 50% in occupancy the last 4 weeks, adjusted for the new inventory levels that we have, and growing optimism every day. And I'm a firm believer, and we've heard it this morning, that humanity and human nature is going to, I think, take us more back to behaviors that we're used to. I think people are craving those experiences that they've been missing. And in urban destinations like New York, we are preparing for that future. And I think you also asked, how has it changed? I think, for us in New York, one of the things that we've discovered is we have amazing outdoor spaces that we really had underutilized. I think Matthew touched on the idea that trends get accelerated in moments like this. And what we've done is we've taken back many of our streets for pedestrians in New York. And so if you've had a chance to see it on television, or some of you that have been in New York, and you've seen this incredible outdoor cafe culture that's being built, is infusing an energy and an excitement that we haven't seen, I think, in the dining space in New York on this level. And I was just with Danny Meyer, one of our leading restaurateurs last week. We shot a segment in his wonderful restaurant, Gramercy Tavern. And it was just wonderful to be with him, to be on the street, to see the energy of New York alive and thriving in a really exciting way. We're looking forward to Broadway's return in the fall. With the new commitments that the industry is making to diversity and equity inclusion, focusing on our neighborhoods, focusing on our people, making sure that tourism is the most positive factor and impact across all 5 boroughs is one of our leading strategies. We've had that commitment for a long time, but that too has accelerated in this moment. And so what you're seeing is that the people are focused, the product is reinventing itself, and optimism is growing literally every day.
Okay, Fred, I want to stop on one thing that you had mentioned. You said the occupancy based on adjusted inventory, and we know that many hotels, iconic hotels, have shut their doors during the pandemic. How much of the reduction is due to, you think, permanent closing, and some of it, how much of it will be for temporary until demand rebounds?
Yeah, great question. We'd experienced about 10 years of dynamic hotel growth in New York, and we were 3rd behind Orlando and Las Vegas in terms of total inventory. We went from about 124,000 rooms pre-pandemic to about 88,000 rooms today. So about 200, or a third, of our hotels remain closed in New York. Some of them have mentioned that they're going to be closed permanently, hotels like the Roosevelt. But at the same time, what we're seeing is that so many of them are putting dates on the calendar to reopen. We just saw 2 of our top luxury hotels open at the beginning of April, the Mandarin and the Peninsula. And more hotels are announcing openings literally every day in May and in June and July. And another exciting aspect is that lots of projects were already in the pipeline, construction had already begun, and we're seeing those hotels open. So we're actually adding new inventory at the same moment that we're reopening existing inventory. And we project, based on the pipeline, that we'll be back to about 118,000 rooms by the end of 2021. So we're pretty optimistic, and we, the confidence that the market and investors are showing in New York is a terrific sign of optimism for the future.
That's great. Robin, you, on the other hand, had a pretty good year, didn't you, in 2020 in terms of the national parks and the outdoor spaces. Tell us a little bit how that went and how that might change and reshape the way that Americans tour domestically.
Absolutely. First of all, our TAUC headquarters are 1 hour outside of New York City, so we've seen the change happening in the rebound in New York, and we're with you, Fred. Thank you for having us. Our company, our family, we're one of the oldest tour operators in the United States. My grandfather started tours and got license number 1 in 1925. And in fact, we opened many national parks as early as 1927. So we have a long history. And it's been a tough year, but we are rebounding in a way we've never seen before. So many crises that we have been through. This one is different, and how our guests are responding certainly to want to be safe outdoor areas, and our national parks in the United States are among the most beautiful in the world. And we did start operating. We were 11 months shut down. That was the first time we shut down in 96 years since World War II. And our very first startup was February in, of all places, our #1 national park, Yellowstone and Grand Tetons. We had a soft start. Our family wanted to assure health and safety. We were cautious to rebound. And we had several groups that went, intrepid, brave, supportive travelers who didn't know what to expect of all times in the dead of winter, of the COVID winter, a resounding success. In fact, many of those guests are coming back to go back to Yellowstone in winter next year. It was a real moment of pride for us, for our company. Where are we today in terms of domestically? You know, we've had all of our years, although Europe is our #1 area right now. We are a United States, North American tour operator. And at this time, 95% of our guest base are vaccinated. It's just an incredible statistic. Our CEO, Dan Mahar, has told us that he expects almost 97%. And 90% of those people are holding the same destinations to where many of you are from, holding the same destination in hopes of traveling there very soon, hopefully by this summer. The resurgence, the spring surge we've had across the United States has been phenomenal. It includes so many of our national parks, obviously Yellowstone, Tetons, Grand Canyon, Bryce, Zion, Hawaiian parks, the Northwest, Denali and land programs to Alaska right now, Acadia. These are strong areas, but they're also combined with some of America's greatest cities. And I do believe that of our 423 national parks in the US and the support that we give to national parks around the world, we're going to see combinations of outdoor travel experiences with the great cities. So just recently, we opened Charleston, Savannah with Hilton Head. New Orleans is starting this month with Mississippi River. Our Hawaii programs will be starting up soon. Every United States tour package that Tauck offers will be opening by June, and we're very proud to see that, and the guests are really excited to be there. What's changed? What's different? Small groups. For the first time in our history, some of the national parks are insisting on less than 10 people coming in a group, which is a significant change for us, in particular Grand Canyon. And I also wanted to just quickly mention that the United States Tour Operators Association, of which we're a big part, 56% of those tour operators are actively operating programs at this time. So good news ahead, starting with North America travel.
That's wonderful. So, Alex, let me ask you, intra-regional North American, that's your bread and butter. What are you observing? And Mexico has been open this whole time. The Caribbean, kind of island by island, has had different sorts of policies. But how was your past year? How has it been reshaped, and where is it going?
Well, even though our company is a U.S. company, our core business is sending American travelers outside of the United States, as you said. Regional, most of them within Mexico and the Caribbean area, but also some long haul as well. And of course, since the pandemic hit, it hit us in different ways in different places. Some islands in the Caribbean are still struggling, depends on what are the policies. And you know, San Martin is one of the latest that we opened, Curacao, all of them that still had the links with the European countries, and they have to follow by different policies. But then we have a lot of business in terms of distribution. We're the #1 customer of Mexico, for example, or Dominican Republic or Jamaica, but we also have a lot of hotels in this area, part of our group within AM Resorts. And I think the recovery has been different in different places. I would say Mexico's been the fastest, the most successful one. I think, because there was no restrictions, still no restrictions. I mean, none of you had to have a test to come here. Many of you need to have tests to go back to your country, but you don't need a test to come back here. So I think that the fact that it was open and the protocols were enforced, and I think the vacationers start experiencing a better and more safe perception once they come here than even the ones they experience at home. I think that helped a lot. I think in Mexico, we start recovering so fast, the hotels reopened faster, but also because Americans did not have so many places to go to. You know, the cruise ships were not on the play, then a lot of the destinations outside in the Caribbean remained closed. Then Dominican Republic started to pick up. Jamaica is doing very good. Costa Rica is doing good as well. Of course, the connectivity is an issue. Ironically, I was talking yesterday with President Santos from Colombia, and he said, what do you think is one of the factors that Mexico recovered faster than the other destinations, which are doing a great job? Like, you know, Jamaica just announced having vaccine for all the hospitality personnel. Dominican Republic also is about to do that. And in Mexico, they took not on the vaccination side, but on the testing. For example, all of our hotels, including here, we provide free tests on site, so it's not an inconvenience, and it's for free. And if you get tested positive, we offer 14 days quarantine, all inclusive, and actually 2 rooms, one for you and one for your spouse. So if any of you get COVID positive after this meeting, don't worry, because this is a courtesy of the Chapur family. You'll stay here 2 weeks for free, all inclusive. But we've been doing that also in our hotels, in resorts, and a lot of hotels are doing that, and that's very positive and it's working. But ironically, one of the reasons why in Mexico recovered faster is because we had zero help from the federal government, unlike in other countries. In other countries where we had federal help from the federal governments, we were in not such a rush to reopen because the government helped us to pay part of the payroll, and they gave us a tax break, and they gave us some additional incentives to help us, the private sector, to cope with the crisis. In Mexico, was zero help, and as a result of having zero help, we have to reopen quickly. It was not a matter of how can we stop losing money. We will continue to lose money. We're losing money in some hotels as well still, but it was, what is the point where we lose less money by having the hotel open than having the hotel closed, and at the same time generate the employment. So in Mexico, we were kind of forced to put our act together, get the private sector together, move immediately. Big help from the state governments. Quintana Roo is a great example of how they did great things, but also, you know, in Los Cabos, Baja California, in Jalisco, in Puerto Vallarta, etc., other places. But it was an alliance in between the private sector and the state governments because we had no recourse to immediately put ourselves back to work. And ironically, the strategy worked. Pretty much it worked better than other places by doing nothing instead of receiving a subsidy. So, but anyway, we're back in business, and just want to say that the numbers we've been having in the last month for future bookings from the United States to Mexico and the Caribbean for the remaining of this year and winter of next year are better than this time in 2019. The market is a little bit different, no incentive groups that we lost. Weddings are smaller and less weddings, and so some of the high-end business is still behind. But in general terms of bookings, even though the rates are lower, we still have to fight for those rates to recover the rates. But the volume, the traffic, for particular core destinations, Mexico, Dominican Republic, Jamaica, Costa Rica, are even better than they were this time in 2019. So pretty much optimistic about what's going to happen.
I'm curious this aspect of not having government help. I know that one of the problems that is faced in the U.S. is that there's a shortage of workers, in part because there is generous help to people, that there's less incentive maybe to come back, and so there's turning out to be shortages of service workers. Outside of Mexico, are you seeing that in the other properties?
Yeah, no, I think that's, you know, you'd say, of course, we desperately need help. I mean, if I have to choose where the federal government should help us right now, or the airlines, even though we're not in the airline business, I think we really depend so much on connectivity and the airlines, and they really need help right now. So with the whole sector recovers, reactivate. But it's ironic how, because we had no help, we had no choice but to put our act together, move quickly. We pay for the protocols, we pay for the testing, we do the whole thing. So in the point that on those places where they have strong subsidies, particularly some islands, for example, that is still depends on the Commonwealth, they still receiving some incentives, so you're in less rush. You can wait because you're still getting some subsidies, which is good. I'm glad they're helping the families, but on the other hand, the sense of urgency and put your act together immediately, you don't have it. Here, we had to do it, otherwise we would die. And it worked so far.
It's really interesting. I want to remind the audience also, by the way, that you can use your app to ask questions as well, so we'll be getting to your questions too. JD, talking about the different destinations and how they prepare and sort of destination readiness, I know is kind of a question that's related to this. Hawaii is kind of an interesting case at this point. It is doing a lot of community input, in part because the residents discovered that actually they kind of like not having as many tourists around. And they're willing to, even though 40% of the economy is tourism-based, there's a lot going on there in terms of how the destinations are preparing for arrival of visitors. What are you seeing? Because you've got about approximately a third of all travel agencies belong to one of the
we're told. Yep.
Internova brands. So you've got a pretty good visibility on the leisure sector. Is this impacting the Hawaii sales? What are you hearing from your members of the various groups?
So I think, first of all, Hawaii is and will always be a massive destination for U.S. travelers and Asia-Pac travelers as well. I went with my family, and so 6 of us were 6 of 3 million that went a month ago. But they've had 3 million people since they put in the Safe Travelers program back in the fall. I think what you're referring to is the DMAP plan, which is the Destination Management Action Plan. I think it stands for, which I think the theme is healthy land, healthy people. And so it focuses on natural resources, community culture, and the Hawaiian residents want to take part in what their experience will be like for the visitors, and the visitors can take part for what their experience will be like when they arrive. So to put it in perspective, though, if we look at occupancy rates this year using hotels, January would have been around 23% occupancy. That jumped to 31% in February and then to 43% in March. Now, some of that may have to do with spring break travel, but there's no shortage of demand, certainly. But yes, I think there will be I think 10 million people visited Hawaii in 2019. I think it'll be less than that going forward, largely in part to this DMAP plan.
Yeah, so this is an example. I don't know if you're seeing it or if any of you are seeing other examples where destinations have used the pause to rethink travel management. Most people, of course, want more, and they've always bought into the WTTC argument that the economics of tourism are fantastic. It's jobs that can't be offshored. It's a clean industry, relatively speaking. But following the over-tourism that we saw leading into the pandemic, do any of you have thoughts about or specific examples of destinations that have restructured and used this time to rethink tourism?
I mean, I can speak for New York. I mean, for us, one of the things that became very clear early on was the protection of small businesses, and certainly minority and women-owned businesses as well. I mean, we had made so many advances in New York. The experience is made up of small businesses by and large, and we knew coming out of this pandemic, we could not have a destination that lacked the flavor and diversity that we had before, in large part because of the small business community. So we actually used this opportunity to double down on our efforts in the small business space, certainly working to bring equity, of course, to our marketing in ways that we had not previously done before. We thought we had made strong commitments, but we realized there was so much more opportunity there. And so for us, coming out of this moment, really focusing on those experiences that make New York unique in the world, and support the business community, which also supports families, households, and neighborhoods, is our newest commitment. And I think that's actually going to make us stronger in the long run. And I think a lot of destinations are coming to those same conclusions.
Yeah. So Greg, I'm not ignoring you because you're the furthest away from me. I can see you. So, and everyone has been talking about that business and corporate travel is likely going to be the last segment to return. leisure, the demand is so obvious in leisure. You probably have the best visibility in terms of booking patterns in the corporate space. What are you seeing, and what are your predictions when you look forward about business and corporate travel in North America in particular?
Yeah, during this pandemic, I've given up predicting because so far, most of my predictions have been incorrect. But the reality is, what we're seeing in the business side of things is that it's only recently started coming back. But in a lot of the discussions we're having with corporations, and I'm sure other people on this panel have had those same conversations, there's a belief that we will go to a hybrid model of work for some period of time. There's also, though, I just talked to a CEO of a very large multi-company conglomerate, and he was talking about the fact that as soon as somebody loses a deal, they'll be back on the road again. So the reality is people are gonna get back to travel. I think it goes a little bit to actually what Greg O'Hara said earlier. I guess this is officially the Greg chair, that the certainty around policy, certainty around the safety protocols and things will generate the impetus for people to get back on the road for business travel. And I think it's going to lag. We're no question, when we look at the shopping data, almost 2/3 of the shopping data today is to leisure destinations. So we're seeing that that's recovering significantly faster. But we're beginning to see the growth of traditional kind of LA, New York, Dallas, Chicago. You know, in the US, we're starting to see those business hubs begin to generate more and more traffic.
Yeah, I mean, given to your point about, I think you're right, as soon as the first deal is lost, people will be back on planes. But one thing that Zoom has certainly been used a lot in my company, I'm sure a lot of yours, is for intra-company meetings. That do you hear and do you foresee that perhaps that aspect of business travel will be permanently reduced?
I think there will be a permanent change. I don't know what that change exactly is. We've talked a lot about the fact that you may have more remote workers than you had before. That may actually generate more travel, because you may have more remote workers that have to go back to headquarters on a more regular basis. So they're working at home for most of the quarter, but where they wouldn't have traveled at all during the quarter, they may have to go on a monthly basis to HDQ for some good reason. So I do think there'll be a permanent shift. It's hard to figure out what that shift's going to be, because one of the things that I find really interesting in having discussions with others is when you move to that hybrid environment, it's been fine. We're all on Zoom. We've all been doing fine in terms of productivity, in terms of the way that we've been interacting with our employees, but that's because we're all home. Nobody's in the office. The problem is when you get back to a hybrid model and you got half of the group that's in the office and half that are at home, all of a sudden, all that social dynamic, all the social environment, you know, somebody mentioned it earlier, I've learned things about employees I never would have learned in the office because it all happens on Zoom. So everybody, you know, the first 2 minutes of the call is, oh, my kid just graduated high school. My baby threw up in the, it's all that kind of stuff. That's going to go back to the office. And that hybrid environment, I do think there is going to be a drag on productivity. And it's going to cause people to relook at exactly what scenario they're willing to look at.
Yeah, I would imagine also that business travel, once that gets going, people are going to be less available for Zooms. They're going to be on airplanes. They're going to be moving along. JD, you've got a lot of corporate travel in yours. Are you observing anything different?
One of our divisions does a regular, or we all do regular surveys, but one of them on the corporate side did a survey recently, and the results were that 83% of our corporate clients would be back on the road come October 1st. I don't think that's 100%, but I completely agree with Greg. I think that I don't know what it's going to be, but something will make up for the lack of. It reminds me of the advent of the internet and email, when that was the paperless society, and all we did was print more emails, and I think there's going to be some version of that comes out of this, and I'm not sure what it is. We're also seeing our MICE business is doing extremely well, so some sort of hybrid meetings and events businesses as well. But you can foster existing relationships on a box on a screen for so long, but you know, it's very, very difficult to forge new ones. And I think this is a good example of why people will get back on the road. As soon as they have their first meeting, I think they're going to say, oh, now I remember why we were on the road so much, yeah.
Yeah. So JD, well, we've got you, cruises are certainly a huge, huge part of the North American travel scene. It's both intra-regional, it can be domestic, it could even be outbound to another region. So your leisure brands, which I think is the majority of your brands, that is so central to their businesses. So one thing someone asked me yesterday was, how are travel agencies doing? Did you lose a lot of membership? Was there a lot of churn among the different brands, among your brands and other brands? I'm just kind of curious because so many of the suppliers really depend on the agencies. Yep. And that's just a question about how that's going to impact and reshape travel in North America.
Yeah, we've grown from a membership perspective, so I think we're probably fortunate in that regard, but I think some of my colleagues in the room here have experienced the same. So cruise is massive from a global perspective. I think there's 30 million passengers roughly that traveled in 2019. In North America, mostly the US, accounts for more than half of that. So this has been a huge impact on our business. I think I'll take this opportunity to thank all of the cruise lines who did what they did to protect commissions, because I think that really kept a lot of our agencies afloat. You know, it's a mystery what's going to happen here. There's discussions going on with the CDC and the major cruise lines. I think right now, Robin, we talked about November 1st, right, was the official date, but there seems to be hope and there seems to be progress being made with the CDC and the cruise lines that hopefully in July sometime they'll start cruising, but right now it's ex-US ports. So it's going to be a rough summer if we can't get back to sea.
Okay.
For small ship cruising, I think small ship cruising is going to bounce back first. We've been doing really experiential land and small ship cruising and European riverboating now for almost 25, 30 years. And small is big was a motto that Tauck coined about long before the pandemic, maybe 10 years ago or so, and it is so coming to fruition now, both in group size and in the experience out at sea. Iceland, as many of you know, is accepting vaccinated travelers. We have beautiful small ships that do circumnavigation exclusive for Tauck. Greece will be opening, we heard yesterday, and we do have our first group in Greece on June 4th with another small ship there. So Americans are feeling comfortable going in an environment where they trust the operators, they know the protocols up front. Cruising is going to come back big, as we know, when it is ready. And for European riverboating, it seems to feel one of the safest way for the American travelers to experience their first European vacation after the pandemic. We had the largest increase in riverboating bookings, in luxury riverboating bookings in the last 2 weeks than we've ever had in the history of our riverboating. Wow. So they are really ready to go. And to another point, JD, and to Matthew, who was speaking earlier, I foresee an amazing resurgence of the value proposition of the travel advisor and the tour operator and cruise industry. Our traveling American public need these advisors. They are changing and changing their plans. They're confused by the cancellation policies, by where their money is going, by the security of where their deposits are kept. And when you have the trust of the companies that many are represented here and the advisors, they are calming and encouraging the American public to get out there. And I think it's going to be a stronger partnership and relationship than it's ever been, and the consumer is going to benefit in the end.
Okay. I should take this moment to ask the moderators back of house, are there any questions that have come through from the audience? Okay. I'm going to go back to you, Robin, for just a second. Earth Day was last week. You are chair of Tourism Cares. I'm on the board of Tourism Cares. Fred's on the board of Tourism Cares. The pandemic seems to, as Matthew had said, accelerate certain things, and particularly it accelerated sustainability the shift go back to, it'll still progress, but maybe a little slower?
I personally don't think we're ever going to see the issue of sustainability to slow. Tourism Cares is an 18-year organization. Thank you, Arnie, for being on the board for 10 years, Fred, as well. We have about 165 member companies. We're open globally, and I have never, in my 40-year experience in the industry, I've never seen so many in that time and through the crisis that we've had, put sustainability and all that it stands for the planet and our people and our resources that this industry depends on right at the forefront. And I enjoyed the session yesterday, Gloria, with the sustainability task forces that you put together. I was on the original one from Copenhagen as well. The Tourism Cares is looking to help unite the industry and just be a catalyst for this positive impact of social and community care. And it's not about putting it aside. It's not an appendix, as somebody said later, or a project, in my view. Sustainability is really, the pandemic has brought a focus on the fact of the ecosystem of our industry and how combining it is with social, community, and culture. And it's the most important issue that we have moving forward. You had asked me what topics might come right to the forefront. For me and for our organization, obviously climate action is no longer about advocacy, it's about action. We have the tools, we have great opportunities to measure and to work together. And secondly, destination stewardship, and we've talked about that already. We have, during the pandemic, in June of 2020, Tourism Cares brought together a coalition, the first of its kind, called the Future of Tourism Coalition. It is 6 and 7 nonprofits, some of the best in America: Green Destinations, Sustainability Travel Index, Travel Foundation, Tourism Cares, obviously, the GSTC. Never before had these 6 entities worked together. We are all working together now with guiding principles, and fundamentally, we have the tools for every company to embrace sustainability and to get on their journey wherever they are and have this positive impact. Very important.
Thank you. Thank you for, you've now identified your key takeaway from the panel. I'd like the other panelists to just close with, from what we've discussed, is a key takeaway you would like the audience to be focused on. And Greg, let's start with you.
Yeah, I will go back to, I think that based on everything we see today, all the shopping data and the booking data, people are looking for certainty. They're looking to feel safe and looking for certainty. I think as governments get consistent with policy as we go through this summer season, we've seen what the EU just did. The UK has come out with a pretty definitive policy. The US is getting closer to being more definitive around its policy. As that happens, I think you will begin to see kind of an uptick in just overall travel, just based on everything we see today in shopping data. All of the travel right now is being driven by policy, not by people, because there's so much pent-up demand in the system that as soon as people have a realization of what they can count on, I think you're going to see a significant uptick.
Okay, Fred?
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I would say a conversation with Danny Meyer last week in New York, he said, you know, we've been in a crouching position for quite some time in the hospitality industry. And when you have to move from a crouching position to a standing position, you have to lurch forward. And I think he's right. You know, travel is going to be a coiled spring. It's going to rebound quickly. And, you know, you've heard it mentioned here already this morning, but the need to communicate clearly, to Greg's point, and to emit positivity. I think people are looking for permission to travel. And I think we have a great story to tell, and we're bullish on the future.
Thank you, Fred. And Robin, you mentioned sustainability. JD?
Yeah, I think, you know, I think we could argue that the U.S. has done a poor job in a lot of things, but I think they've done a pretty good job in the vaccination process and rollout. I think if the rest of the world can follow suit, that would be helpful. Everyone I talk to, you know, they're going from the vaccine clinic to the airport, and they're getting out of here, and they're going to spend twice as much money, go for twice as long. People want to travel, need to travel, really. So I think, you know, takeaways, buckle up. I think everybody in this room is going to be busier than ever for the next couple of years.
Okay, and Alex.
So I'm very optimistic about the people wanting to travel and valuing more now experiences and willing to spend more time and money in experiences rather than goods. So that's great for the sector. I think people now has a different perspective of really live the moment, you know, put more life into our lives, and travel certainly is one of the things that can really enrich your life. I think that's a different perspective, and that's good for the industry. But I do think that in the short term, even though in the United States has been a phenomenal job about vaccination, the whole world is interconnected. So I really hope we can interact in a better way, that we adopt similar policies, protocols, acceptance of vaccination, and that we help the other countries. It's not just that the United States could be 100% vaccinated, and probably Israel, probably the United Kingdom, but until a large percentage of the world, entire world, is vaccinated and ready to receive and have customers, we won't really reactivate international travel. So I really hope that the level of interaction and cooperation among the different nations, particularly those who value tourism as part of their economies and for their communities, as the more they interact and the better they communicate and adopt same type of protocols and policies, the faster we're going to reactivate. So yes, the United States, it's doing a great job, I think, right now. But I think part of the leadership from the United States to the world will be to really enforce the reconnecting, the cooperation among the nations, and really put this back together. If we can do something within the G20 itself, that represents 80% of the international travel in the world, if we can have at least the countries of the G20 put example, that I think the rest of the world will follow, and the whole world will reactivate in international travel.
Thank you. Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel.
Thank you, Arnie. Thanks, panelists. That was really terrific. So it is now time for lunch. It will be served in the Universal Ballroom. That is upstairs. On the way, do not forget your health and safety protocols. That means wearing your masks until you're actually eating and drinking. Also, hand washing. There'll be plenty of people on standby to, with a hand sanitizer, and maintaining social distancing. We also have a short lunch. We have to have you back in the room by 1:10. We have a virtual audience, and so in deference to them, we would like you in your seats at 1:10. The program begins at 1:15 sharp, and we will go whether people are still coming in and out of the room, but we'd love to have you in your seats. Also, feel free, while you have a chance, to explore the WTTC virtual platform. I've taken a look at it, and you'll notice this is a very paperless conference. Everything is on the technology, including exhibitors this year. So you can look at exhibitors, you can also look at some of our sponsor videos, and we're going to run some of those sponsor videos, which are very inspiring, as you leave the room. We'll see you back here at 1:10.
Thanks. Enjoyed that. That's going to be with
Distinguished guests, please welcome back the summit anchor, Kathleen Matthews.
Good afternoon, buenos tardes. I hope you had a wonderful lunch. And for those of us who are joining virtually from around the world, welcome back. We are getting started on time so that you are getting the benefit of wonderful, wonderful insights and programming. Our guests are just getting seated in the room here, but we're excited to kick off session 2, which is going to focus on how we accelerate the recovery of the travel and tourism sector. This morning we heard war stories from the past year, but also a lot of optimism about the resilience of our industry. And now we're going to hear nuts and bolts on what that recovery looks like and how we can move it faster. This, of course, will require, first and foremost, easing some of the mobility restrictions that are still in place, but also, very importantly, rebuilding the trust and the confidence of the traveler. So first up, we're going to have a flash learning. These allow us to explore from a human-centric perspective the experience of leaders in our sector with COVID-19 and how they're able to accelerate their own recovery in their countries and in their businesses. And we're going to hear right now from Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Royal Caribbean Cruises, Richard Fain.
Hello, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be joining you at WTTC's 2021 Global Summit, even if it is only virtual. It's been one hell of a year, with hotels and borders closed, airplanes grounded, and of course, cruise ships docked around the world. Travel and tourism was clearly one of the sectors most impacted by COVID-19. I've been asked to make some comments about how it's affected the Royal Caribbean Group and what lessons we've learned during this awful time. I would point out three particular things that stood out to me. Number one was the importance of our people. Number two, the importance of setting priorities. And number three, the importance of agility. Let me take each of these in order. First is people. At the Royal Caribbean Group, it has always been the people who have made us successful. Always. The men and the women who work so hard to organize and deliver amazing vacations to our guests. They've been our mainstay during the good times, but they've also been key to our success as we navigate this crisis. They protected the health and the safety of our guests and their fellow employees. They helped figure out how to maintain the liquidity and arrange the financing. And they have helped prepare us for coming back into service. Everybody has suffered during this pandemic, but working for a cruise line has to be one of the most demanding jobs, and I can't tell you how much we appreciate all of their support. One of the key learnings in this regard has been the importance of communication with all the members of our team. More than psychological counseling, more than emergency financial aid, we have found that open and honest communication has been a key ingredient of our success in this area. Now, the second thing I would mention is the importance of establishing clear and unambiguous priorities. That allows everyone to focus on the same goals, and it speeds up our ability to achieve those goals. We've gone through three phases, three sets of priorities during this pandemic. At the beginning, the priority was liquidity, just making sure that we had enough cash to pay our bills, even if the pandemic lasted a long time. That was our initial focus, and it helped us during all the uncertainties. At the same time, we had to deal with the human side of the crisis, getting our guests and our crew home safely, sometimes to home countries that refused to accept even their own citizens. In all, we repatriated about 70,000 people, despite a labyrinth of conflicting rules and requirements. After we got through that initial liquidity hurdle, our priorities shifted to operating during the pandemic in a responsible way and preparing ourselves for the return to service at the end. We took steps to enhance our public health standards and to ensure that our travel partners, public health officials, and others all knew about the strong steps we were taking. Even if we weren't sailing, we needed to protect our brand reputation for when we returned. For example, we formed a Healthy Sail panel in cooperation with Norwegian Cruises, comprised of the world's leading experts. That Healthy Sail panel not only helped us adopt very effective protocols, but also gave the public and health authorities confidence about the future. And now, our priority has shifted to the final act, the healthy return to service in a healthy and prudent manner. We already have 4 ships operating in Asia and in Europe, and will shortly be expanding that to 15 of our 60-ship fleet. We're also preparing for a broader startup of the rest of the fleet, which we hope to begin in July. Our objective is to reduce the likelihood of a person on board becoming sick from this virus to lower than the risk of infection in the surrounding community. Now, during each of these three phases of priorities, our people understood those priorities so that everyone was working to a common goal. Having such clear priorities and order made decision-making easier for everyone and more consistent. I can't emphasize enough how important that's been to our recovery. The last of these learnings during this pandemic is the importance of agility. That's not inconsistent with the idea of priorities. It means that within those priorities, you have to be agile. Working from home during a pandemic is no fun, and it's always been hard to deal with change. But today, the cacophony of new and often contradictory information has been a real challenge. In this ever-changing environment, I am proud of the many heroes who emerged within our company as everybody moved way outside of their job descriptions and their comfort zones. Everybody wanted to pitch in. People who had never done government relations work had suddenly found themselves talking to cabinet officers in multiple countries around the world about how to repatriate their citizens. Employees who had been working to open exciting new destinations suddenly found themselves instead turning off the lights in ones that had been operating. Against the background of those learnings, we see one shining truth. The world needs travel and tourism. Travel and tourism can unite the world as we recover from COVID and move forward towards a bright and exciting future. People are frustrated at being stuck at home, and they long to soar. It is said that one often doesn't realize how important something is until it's taken away. I think that adage applies here. This pandemic has not only taught us a lot of new medical terms, but I think it has made people realize how important travel and tourism is to the physical, financial, and mental health of people around the world. As we emerge from the truly horrific events of the past year, people, companies, industries, and communities are understandably eager to put all of those experiences behind us and move on. Trust me, I feel the same way. I don't want to sound repetitive and to continue to say how much this pandemic has hurt the entire world, but we've all felt the impact of this terrible virus. It pains me to think of our crew who so eagerly want to return to work, the destinations and the suppliers who rely on our industry to feed their families, and of course, all of you who have been so innovative and patient during the past 13 months. We've made it this far together, and I know we will eventually be back and better than ever. I can't wait to see you all soon on board one of our ships, very soon, so get ready. Thank you all very much.
And thank you for that insight, Richard. You know, we know the recovery will be accelerated based on the widespread availability of testing until we have full implementation across the globe of a vaccine. In this room, for example, how many of you have had both your vaccines? If we can bring the lights up, raise your hand with the 2 vaccines. I know as we interact with each other and we want to approach each other and give each other a hug or handshake, you know, you impulsively say, I've had both vaccines. In other words, I'm safe to be with. Well, that's where we want to get. But until then, we have to have robust testing, which is why it was very important for them to have testing on site here at this event when you arrived, unless you'd been able to get testing before you left your own home countries. Well, we have a one-on-one hot seat to talk about that right now. It's going to focus on testing and specifically the importance of testing on a global scale to minimize the spread of the virus and to make travelers feel much safer and more comfortable getting on airplanes, getting on cruise ships, getting on trains until they are widely vaccinated around the world. So to moderate this panel, I want to welcome another old friend of WTTC. It's great to see my friend Peter Greenberg from CBS News, and he's going to be talking to the Minister of Tourism for Greece, Harry Theocharis.
Mr. Minister, welcome again.
Thank you.
We had a nice chat yesterday as well for those of you who were able to watch the Global Leaders Dialogue, and I guess let's start with a little bit of history and some irony. If we were going to talk about Greece in January of 2020, we would have talked about over-tourism. And other countries as well, or other cities as well, saying Venice didn't want to become another Barcelona, Barcelona didn't want to become another Venice, and with all due respect, Greece didn't want to become another Greece. We're not talking about how do you manage the numbers, we're really talking about how you revive those numbers now. And interestingly enough, in Kathleen's introduction, we talked about testing, but in a holistic approach, you actually were out of the gate first. Greece basically reopened and made an announcement that as of May 14th, anybody who's proved that they've had full vaccination can come to the country.
Yep.
But you had to get to there first. We talked about testing, we talked about protocols, and we're not just talking about people arriving at your airports, you're a major cruise destination, you're a major cruise turnaround location. So give us an idea of the plan that you had going for, by the way, not just the plan, I should say the plans that you had that got you to this point.
You're very right, first of all, in the premise of your question, which is talking about sustainability and over-tourism. I remember in September 2019, I was in London in WTM. I had a press conference, less than 15 questions from the journalists, 11 about the environment, 7 mentioned Santorini, which is understandable, I guess, because the numbers there are big. But we do forget that sustainability is not about the environment, just about the environment. It's also about the economic sustainability, and it's also about the social sustainability. And those two dimensions is really what is at stress now. So in effect, we're really talking about the same issues, because we need to see the problems in its full entirety if we are to make the right decisions. So that's number one. Number two is that we need now to take, as I said yesterday, leadership and show the ways, and others will gather around us. I'm certain about that. We saw this last year. The experience of last year is important. Greece opened as well. We were saying within Europe that tourism needs to open, and the initial discussion was about forget about traveling in the summer, etc. And then everybody gathered around, and in the end, we had some form of tourism, of course, very small numbers compared to a normal year. Now, this year as well, we believe that we cannot, as a politician, I cannot explain it to my constituency, to the people working in the tourism industry, that given the fact that we now have more knowledge, I'm talking to our doctors last year, I was talking to them, and I'm talking to them now, and I see the difference in their eyes and in how they speak. They have much more confidence, a lot more research, and a lot more knowledge to actually guide us in terms of those decisions. We have rapid tests, which is a huge game changer because they're cheap, they're fast. Last year,
and less expensive.
Yes. Last year, we had to wait 24 hours to get the result and then get people out of their hotel and isolate them. And this was a very, very bad experience. This year, it's going to be right at the airport. If you're positive, you're isolated immediately. And finally, we have the vaccination programs. And we've seen what it does to the countries and the outlook of the people that are vaccinated and when the country has reached high levels of vaccination. So we believe that we cannot explain it to our people that last year, with fewer tool sets, we were open, and we cannot be open this year. So we took a step. We said we have five levels of defense: vaccination or negative testing before you travel, targeted testing, random testing, if you will, when you arrive, isolation in case you're positive with your family at no cost, and of course, no cost as far as the health system is concerned if you need hospitalization, ICU, or anything else, God forbid. And protocols, like last year, the private sector implemented those protocols in an exemplary fashion, and I'm grateful to that because that safeguarded our brand name. The Athens International Airport was voted the 5th most safe airport in the world. Aegean Airlines was voted the 4th most safe airline in the world. So those things are accolades which are important for the brand. And finally, some kind of priority in the vaccination of the tourism employees.
But of course, before you ever did any of that, you had to come up with a definition of terms of what constituted your definition of a quarantine, what constituted your definition of testing, what constituted your definition of a lockdown, et cetera, et cetera. So for example, you made the announcement that you're going to be opening up on May 14th, but when did you make that announcement?
ITB Berlin, so that's about a month ago.
Okay, and yet as we're speaking today, you're still on lockdown.
Yes, but we have also, and this is a good thing about tourism, we had a discussion with the Prime Minister, and we agreed that even if the internal landscape is gray, we need to give clarity to the market. All you cannot operate unless you know what to expect, both in terms of rules and in terms of dates. And I was actually saying back then, I don't want to give dates yet. I want to give the rule set. I want them to be ready to understand how it's going to work, and then to give the dates. In the end, I gave both, and everybody focused on the date for some reason, and I think it's understandable. So when we put a stake on the ground and we said we're opening on the middle of May, now this forced the internal decisions to actually come together. And now we have a specific plan for the internal restrictions, which coincides with our opening of tourism. So the experience is going to be the same. And the guarantee that we make to the rest of the world is whatever a Greek citizen has to face, you have to face as well. There's no discrimination, there's no difference, no two set of rules. You have the same experience just like a local.
I'll give you an example. Turkey is in a lockdown situation between 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. in the morning, much like you are. And yet, if you are carrying a foreign passport, you're not subject to the lockdown.
Well, every country makes its own sovereign decisions. We do not have two countries, one for locals and one for tourists. We believe that long term, this is what actually the tourists want as well, because we're talking a lot about the change from product to experience, and the experience means nothing unless it's the experience, authentic experience that the locals feel as well. So I think even in the bad times as well as the good times, I'm adamant that we need to keep one country and not two sets of rules.
And what you did was you set the date and then made everybody work towards the date.
Yes, well, they had to. I can tell you, there's the swan effect, calmness, and then the feet below the water level are walking like that. Yeah, we just say a specific date, but you have to imagine what it means to coordinate with our testing facilities of the CDC and the testing teams, with the police and the fire department that's manning all those border crossings, etc., in order to ensure that people are tested, with the Ministry of Health that wants peace and quiet and nobody in hospitals. They want empty hospitals, understandably, with everybody else involved. And the only silent, if you like, supporter is a Minister of Finance. He doesn't have much say in that, but all he says is, I don't have a lot of money to continue supporting the industry, so please do something so that the industry starts on its own.
But what's interesting, of course, is that forgetting the actual lockdown, you had to come up with a procedure to deal with this sort of a contradictory situation of getting numbers and then managing the public health issue.
Yes.
You had to be able to come up with that, just like your finance minister is dreaming of every night, to generate revenue.
Yes, of course, it's, this is all about balance. Life is about balance. This is what we're trying to do. We're trying, and the pivot that we're trying to make is to move away from last year's risk management, which was very horizontal, very geographical. Every country was some kind of traffic light system. Even that was very difficult to push for and implement in practice, because it meant data sharing, it meant harmonization of that data, it meant a lot of things in the background, to move to an individual risk-based approach. So what we're saying is now we need to assess the risk of every individual traveler. We need to ask for negative tests or ask for vaccination and take that risk into account. When we do targeted testing, we have an innovative artificial intelligence system that targets and moves away our testing capacity away from constituencies of people coming from specific countries or being vaccinated or having one dosage of vaccination or having a specific age towards constituencies of travelers which are more risky for us. So this is the kind of approach that we advocate, and actually this is the approach that the WHO is advocating as well. They're saying you need to move to a risk-based approach.
Now, you can't just do this one-dimensionally. When you talk about ports of entry, it's not just the Athens airport, it's the ports. Because cruising is such a big aspect of your tourism industry. So you actually moved forward even earlier with that, didn't you?
Yes. Cruising for us is an essential. There was a lot of discussion before about whether cruising is doing more harm than actual good in the local community. I think we've done away with this discussion. We're taking a firm stance and showing specific signs. We're a nautical nation. We felt that we had to help the cruise lines deal with this crisis last year, where they wouldn't be allowed to dock even, to refuel and to replenish their supplies. So we allowed that. We built those bridges, those trust relationships that allows us to have a lot of, or if you like, for them to make the decisions this year to restart earlier with Greece, and we're very grateful for that.
And you had to reach common ground, obviously, with the definition of terms so that they could meet those deadlines.
Yes. Ports are even more difficult to implement those protocols, because the protocols, of course, have to be implemented by the ships, but they also have to be implemented by the ports. And the correct cooperation, the different typology of the ports and what port can accept a case and hospitalize it or do whatever, or which port cannot do that, and all that, the capabilities of the ports are much more complex. And there's a lot of coordination happening in the Ministry of Maritime Affairs, which is the ministry responsible for the running of the ports. So this is a particularly complex endeavor. And if you like, the message that we need to take is that in order to restart, we have to walk the walk. We have to actually do the work. You cannot restart just by closing your eyes and wishing the problem away. The problem is still here. We cannot deny it. We cannot just say open tourism and it's going to work anyway. We have to work in order to make tourism work.
So May 14th is a date that if you're a fully vaccinated American passenger, and other countries as well, you are welcome to enter Greece.
Already, if you're a vaccinated American passenger, you can come to Greece today.
Does that apply to cruise ships as well?
Yes, it applies to cruise ships. Actually, cruise ships start on May 3rd, but effectively a few days.
And are all your ports now capable?
Yes. Well, all I'm not sure, but the vast majority.
So you are ready to go?
Yes, we are.
Then, of course, was the announcement yesterday, which I'm sure you were in the room when it was made,
sure,
that the European Union has now said that, even though they haven't set a date, that fully vaccinated Americans can go to all 27 European Union countries. Now, they haven't set a date. My guess is going to happen earlier than later. Nobody wants to be left out of a summer of revenue. But then comes the issue of reciprocity and whether or not the United States will allow Greek citizens who are vaccinated to come to the U.S. So what's the percentage of the Greek citizens now who've been vaccinated?
We are now over 25, close to 30%. I think certainly within this week we're going to be over 30%. So this is progressing nicely. It's nice that we have a fully digital process. The appointment comes to you and you just reply, yes, I want it, and it's there. You get 5-10 reminders of the appointments and stuff. It's a bit like brainwashing. It's if you don't like those experiences, but we want to ensure that those appointments are kept, and we have a record of about 96% people keeping their appointments, so this is very important for us. And also we have a fully digital certificate with a QR code, a digital signature, a verification service, so everything works nicely.
So you already have a digital passport?
Of course, we do have that. We have added we have a national list of everyone who has had the disease, so they can get a recovery certificate that they don't need to be vaccinated. And we have connected all the labs. They were already connected to gather all the positive cases, but now they will also put in the system the negative ones whenever it's needed in order to travel. So it's there. We are ready to implement it, and I think it's very, very important that other countries do so, because this is an international endeavor. I'll close by saying this. We feel that you cannot wait for reciprocity. We're saying how we're going to work. We're removing ourselves from the equation. I don't want people to think about Greece in terms of what problems and issues. Once and for all, this is our system, and then the pressure will be on the other governments to answer to their citizens why they're blocking the traveling.
So it's you plus 26.
Sure.
Minister Theoharis, thank you so much.
No, the pleasure was mine.
Kathleen, back to you. Nicely done, man.
Thank you.
Very interesting. Thank you so much. As I was listening to you, I was thinking of that movie Field of Dreams, where they asked, if they build it, will they come? So we know that countries like Greece are opening up, the EU soon opening up to vaccinated passengers, but what about the passengers? Are they ready to make those trips? Well, that's what we're going to be focusing on in this next panel, which will look at how the travel and tourism sector is rebuilding traveler confidence in the wake of COVID-19. You know, it's clear that people still dream of travel. They express their yearning for travel, but they also have nervousness about travel, and they need to be convinced that they can do it safely. Making that first trip is a big step for a lot of people. So once again, for our remote audience at home, you can actually provide questions through your app to this next panel. Those of you in the room can also go to the app and just submit a question. And I'd like to welcome back to the stage Arnie Weissman, who's going to take over this next panel on rebuilding traveler confidence.
So for much of the pandemic, there's been a strong belief that vaccines were going to be our way out of this issue, this problem, a game changer. Survey after survey has shown enormous pent-up demand for travel, even among those who are hesitant to get the vaccine. First, the cruise ships, though, started the precedent of saying you must have a vaccine in order to board on certain sailings. And then yesterday, we took a giant leap forward when the European Union, as Peter had just mentioned, said they would be welcoming vaccinated travelers from the US, Israel, the UK, countries where the vaccine rollout is well advanced. But there's still many, many different approaches to opening borders, to requirements to arrive, quarantines, different amounts of time one has to have before a COVID negative test is taken prior to arrival. And there's still significant concern about the variants that continue to arise. So the question the panel and I are going to explore is, how do we rebuild confidence among travelers? And to help me explore that question, please welcome Enrique Ibarra, who is the founder and CEO of City Sightseeing Worldwide. Fernando Valdez, the Secretary of State for Tourism of Spain. Gibran Chapur, Executive Vice President of Palace Resorts and our host at the Moon Palace here. Marian Muro, the Director General of Barcelona Tourism. And Daniel Richards, CEO and founder of Global Rescue. Thank you. And if you haven't taken your headphones out of the plastic, now might be a good time. Some of the panelists may be answering in Spanish if you don't speak Spanish. So, and again, if you have questions, please do submit them through the app. So, Marianne, we're going to begin with you. So, about every article I have read, and for that matter, every article I've written about over-tourism features Barcelona. And with such a strong demand expected for travel's return, what is Barcelona doing to prepare and to ensure a better quality of life for residents and a better experience for visitors?
Hello, thank you very much, and I'm very happy to stay here with you and to share this panel. Barcelona lleva aproximadamente...
Barcelona, for 1 year, has been working on new strategic guidelines. Barcelona is really focusing on where the city wants to go and the objectives of the city. I always say that the pandemic that has been horrible from the human perspective and from the professional perspective, the pandemic has brought about something which is important. And I always say that it is important to think to the left of the decimal point. This means that we have had a year to reflect, to think, and to be insightful, to analyze, to reflect, to set our priorities as a city, and to really focus on what matters. After many years, Barcelona has seen some strategic guidelines that are based on 4 pillars and that have been approved by the entire city, by the opposition, by the private sector. We have reached a consensus leading to stability to the strategic guidelines. Therefore, that allows us to work safely. If you allow me, these guidelines are based on 4 pillars. The first pillar is content. We are in the era of content, and Barcelona needs more content. Why? Because Barcelona is a living city, and Barcelona needs more content that will meet the 3 Ds in Spanish: decentralize, deseasonalize, and diversify. And we do have the resources in order to introduce more content that complies with the 4 Ds. Besides content, we have marketing. Marketing is not just marketing for the sake of marketing. We want to do smart marketing. Marketing associated to promotion. This means that Barcelona, from here on, will select the markets and will select and micro-segment the targets it's going to focus on. The city will set the description, and the city will show the attributes that the city wants to be known for. And what are those attributes? Gastronomy, culture, a small city, but with a territory that allows you to see the Dali Museum in 2 hours. Also, these attributes that we have to focus on, and these are the attributes that we have to market, to put our policies around them. And something which is important is to use digitation. This is to use digital tools in order to manage tourism. You see, Barcelona, as it has happened to other destinations that are mature, Barcelona has had an exponential growth. If you allow me, Barcelona is one of the most beautiful cities in the world. I think you shall agree with me, right? But it is true that as all destinations that are successful and mature destinations, we've been concerned more about their promotion than promotion and management. Now we are in a different stage. We're in the stage of promotion and management, and digital tools will help us so that whenever a visitor comes to Barcelona, the visitor will be automatically connected to a tool that will tell the visitor how many people are there in any attractive place, or the safety measures, whether there's a queue, and will offer alternatives in case there's a queue or a line. Will give alternatives, or it will tell the tourists to go visit later on. And the city will accomplish 2 things. First, to give a better service to visitors, and in the second place, to give better quality of life to residents, because we will avoid long lines, we will avoid high occupancy of public spaces. And we killed two birds with one stone, right?
Well, I actually went to on my honeymoon to Barcelona a while ago. And,
¿Y sigue casado?
Are you still married?
2 children later, yes. But the question I would have had before choosing it is, after reading all these articles about over-tourism, and this gets back to our question of confidence, are you going to put the measures that you're making into the marketing? Are you going to be basically letting travelers know, because I'm not sure I would have chosen it, as if with all the news about how crowded it is, I'm not sure I would have chosen it. Are you going to make that part of your messaging, your marketing messaging, that this is going to be a different Barcelona?
Yes, you're talking about the news in 2019 that ended in 2019 because 2020 everything finished. But I was telling you that this year we have used the year of the pandemic to rethink what we wanted as a city. We have rethought where we want to go. Let me give you an example. I just came back from Russia. Barcelona has been the first city of all Europe that has known how to do promotion, the first city that does good promotion. Russia has not given visas to anyone but to tourists from Barcelona in the last year. We went to Russia last week, but because we have a strategy, we knew very well that now we have the light at the end of the tunnel, which is the vaccines and the green passport. And we destinations, we need to start doing promotion, not one day earlier. We need to go and tell markets how our destination is like, the measures we have adopted, the protocols we will be implemented. So the trip that Barcelona Tourism made to Russia, we presented the new Barcelona in Russia, a new Barcelona. I am telling you that we are the ones that are positioning our attributes. We are controlling our narration, our narrative. We don't want to tell the number of people that come. That's not what matters. But as I said, there are destinations. Barcelona and Venice are always compared. You know why? You know why? Because there are cities in the world, I can tell you many more famous cities, for example, that have a larger density than the density in Venice and Barcelona, that have tourism in a very little space. Therefore, all visitors gather in the same areas. But you can go to any city in the United States or from any other country or Asian city. You can go there, and depending on the season of the year, you cannot even cross the street because everything is so crowded. But that happens in specific places because the densities of those destinations are much bigger than the densities in Barcelona. So we are working on that. We have come up with new strategic lines. And I invite you all because what matters is for you to go and see it yourself, right? So I hope you will be coming to Barcelona. Not all at the same time, of course, but please come to Barcelona. We will there waiting for you with open arms so that you can see that Barcelona will be a sustainable Barcelona, a Barcelona where we'll have the warmth of all the people, of the locals, and that locals want tourists to come and to feel comfortable and safe.
Enrique, you with your tours are all around, this worldwide is in your title. So you're seeing there's obviously some that are closed off, but of the ones that are opening, what are you seeing in terms of booking patterns that might give insight into where demand is greatest? Are there certain cities that really seem to be doing well? And what does that tell us about the traveler of the future?
Well, first of all, hello, good afternoon to everyone. Hello, Gloria. Congratulations for organizing this event in these strange times. Wonderful. And well, what we are seeing, the main trends we see from travelers that we've seen during the past 11 months of the pandemic and what we see for the future I would summarize them in 4 of them, actually. We see travelers, the main concern today about technology and sustainability, that those trends, we see them as we were working on them in the pre-COVID times, But then there are other 2 trends. Talking about technology, the travelers, we see that they demand very digital travel experience. They want a contactless and seatless travel journey, starting from the beginning, from the research to the booking to the redemption. When they leave home, they want to have that journey, that travel experience in the transfer, the planes or the boats. When they arrive in the destination, they want to have that digital experience. As a matter of fact, we've been working really hard during these times and since pre-COVID in this, and then we developed a QR code technology that allows our customers not only to use our services without any contact, but also to add on into that QR code any other attractions, any other museums and activities in the city, so they can go and use it the same way just by scanning at the door. That avoids them actually for them to be in queues. That also help them to keep the social distance, and what is very important, allow us to track where they go around. So I think that development of technology, it's something that everyone in the industry has to embrace. I have to say that during this pandemic, people that were less tech savvy, they have embraced technology because they started to follow any news about the pandemic. They started to shop about it. So they're going to be more friendly to any technology that we put out there. If we talk about sustainability, as I said, it's something that we were seeing before, but now it has completely changed. The traveler, they see sustainability with a lot more into their travel plans, and they don't want just to demand destinations that they care about the sustainability of the destination, but also they want to use suppliers, they want to see attractions that they also care about this sustainability. They feel part of it. As a matter of fact, I think that today, like Matthew, I believe he said before, sustainability should not be an annex, appendix in a company. From my point of view, it should be in the center of the strategy of development of the company. That's really important today. Another of the trends that we are seeing is the development or the new demand that we are seeing, the evolution of the demand. Mainly during this month, we've seen travelers not going very far from home, traveling mainly in their own country, domestically, and we have even seen in some locations, some destinations where we operate, citizens, let's say, traveling or doing tourism in their own cities, which is very important because that's something that before it was very difficult to see. Actually, when we realized that people were tending to do that, we created some packages, we bundled some product with other monuments, museums, and all that, and we marketed it just to the citizens, the local of that destination, and the feedback, the products were very successful, and the feedback that we got from them, that it was very important. They were telling us that they learned a lot more about their culture, their heritage, and everything, because they always think about traveling and doing tourism outside. So I believe that that was really important. Also, we can see that people, they want to travel fewer trips, but they want longer stays. I think they are looking for unique experiences. They want to be doing less trips, but in those trips, they want to take most of it. Also, we have seen, well, nomad travel. We see every day more people, since the way of working have changed so much. People working from home, they can work from, need to go to the office. So we have seen an increase of people coming to the destination, and they come there not for a short stay. They will be there for months, you know? And I think that's something that it will remain, because it's going to be very difficult for companies to bring back everyone, you know. They realize that they can work like that, so that will stay also. And then the fourth trend, really important, the health and hygiene requirements and demand that we are getting from customers, from travelers. It's key. It has become a paramount in the industry. I believe that actually WTTC has done a great job with the protocol, with the safe travel stamp, and that's something that is giving a lot of confidence to the travelers. But something that the public sector and the private sector need to have in mind, need to be very careful, is that we need to find the balance in between those health and hygiene protocols and the customer experience, okay? It's very important that those protocols, they cannot affect the customer experience, because then travelers will stop traveling, you know? And we have seen that already. Some example, for example, when countries announce the quarantines on arrival and return and all that, so it really hurt. It really hurt the industry, because people will stop traveling. People, the booking engine, it completely stopped, no? But we've seen also some good example, like last Christmas, right before Christmas, that I traveled to Dubai when they opened the corridor in between UK and Dubai. We could see with a very easy way to enter into the country with a PCR. If you didn't bring it to you, they will do it right away in the airport. You will go to the hotel and wait for the result. So that was a very good experience for all travelers. As a matter of fact, I believe that Dubai went up to 80% of the numbers that they had in 2019. So we have to take in consideration that we need to keep always the balance in between the health and hygiene protocols and the customer experience.
Thank you, Enrique. And Dan, you give a different sort of insight into what's on travelers' mind, because your program is kind of part insurance, part assistance. But when people call your call centers and are curious about it, what are they curious to know? What are the questions that they still are unsure about that they feel you might be able to help? What are those concerns?
Well, thank you, Arnie. You know, there really are two things, I think, that need to be solved for demand to really return. But before I get into that, I just think we all have to keep in mind that the traveler and travelers are incredibly resilient. And people right now want to travel more than they've ever wanted to travel in modern history. So there is an enormous amount of pent-up demand, and it just needs to be given the opportunity to express itself. And if we do two things, we need to remove fear from the equation, and we need to remove uncertainty. And those are two related but different things. So we're about to enter an environment where the majority of, for instance, in the United States, of people are vaccinated. You know, we're at 230 million people have received at least one shot. Nearly 100 million, a little over actually 100 million, are fully vaccinated at this point. The United States is going to be done vaccinating here in the next 4 to 6 weeks, which will be great. So we'll have 330 million travelers from the U.S. who are ready to go again. So you just have to remember that your customer at that point is going to be a vaccinated individual. But when you talk about removing fear, so you need to remove the fear that people are going to actually get the disease and then have potentially an adverse outcome. So the second part of that is, well, if I do get sick or I do have a problem somewhere, how do I get out? How do I get home? I mean, that's the natural human instinct. How do I get to the place that's most comfortable to me where I can get the care that I need. And so, global rescue companies like ours, we solve those problems for people. We remove that, that uncertainty and that fear. But what we can't do, to the second part of what I said, is to remove the uncertainty of the travel experience, right? That's beyond certainly anyone in the private sector's control. That goes to governments to set, reasonable rules regarding how travel can occur. And if we can get some level of coordination among governments so that when travelers start to book that trip or start talking about it, they don't, get to the, the screen that then shows them what they need to do in order to actually get from point A to point B. I mean, it's hard enough if you're an individual. Now imagine, if you're a family with young children, it becomes very, very challenging. So you have to remove that uncertainty, and you have to guarantee them that they're not going to get stuck in quarantine somewhere for some long period of time. Again, as an individual adult, unpleasant but bearable. If you have young children and you're traveling, voluntarily, who would want to subject themselves to that and your children to that? Most families would not. So we need to remove that from the equation. And again, the private sector, companies like ours, we can solve that. We can go in, we can evacuate people, we can put them on private jets, we can get them home, we can move them if they're sick, we put them on medevac aircraft, we can do all those things. But we can only do it within the constraints that are elaborated and dictated by the government environments in which we operate. So if we can do those two things, I will guarantee you that demand will come surging back.
Okay, well, Fernando, this is a perfect segue to you. So you were present during the discussions, during the debates in February around this. Europe was notoriously unable to coordinate border openings. So this is tremendous. What was the breakthrough? What was it that the tourism-dependent countries said to those who said, I've got other priorities? What was it that maybe others can benefit from knowing? What are the magic words to get people to say, okay, we're going to do this, let's welcome vaccinated travelers?
Thank you, Arnie, and thank you, WTTC, for bringing us together again. Thank you, Gloria. Well, I think it was a natural debate. I've been listening some conversation along these days, and we realized that since the beginning, this is a health crisis. We really need to realize that the beginning of this was a virus, which is true. The principal problem was in terms of mobility and travel and tourism sector, but it was a crisis related with health. So it is natural that since the beginning it was a balanced conversation between health authorities and those who realize that we have enough means to start recuperating the activity. So what happened in February was that, okay, we did then have the vaccines, and we start seeing that there were countries that tourism, it was not really as important as for Spain or other countries, and we start realizing that we really need to push forward the debate, and since we do have vaccines...
Which were the countries that were pushing this agenda?
Well, the ones that we really understand that tourism is an important part of our GDP. I mean, it was Spain, Portugal, Greece, Italy. We were the ones realizing that mobility of persons, not only of goods, but of persons, it was the right time to move forward and try to put in place all the means to make it happen, because we do have vaccines, and that's a completely different scheme from last summer. I think when someone says we are at the same position of last summer, I don't agree. I think we are in a completely different situation, and we were then in February. So it was time to put in place means to give certainty, as Dan said. I think the best thing that governments right now can provide to travelers is certainty, give the proper information and the security that they can travel and they can come back to the countries knowing what can they expect. And in those terms, in the European Union, we put in place a system because of that discussion on late February that provides us with a digital certificate. Digital certificate is not a magical wand, it's just certainty. I mean, what we are providing travelers is a mean of security in the terms of how to well, organize their travel. So they know that if they're vaccinated, they do a test, or they're immunized, they can travel. And what we do need to put in place now is this certificate to start negotiating with third countries. Yesterday news was excellent because we realized that US citizens which are vaccinated can go to the European Union. And I think this kind of news are going to be consistent along the way. Spain is going to be ready in June to use this digital certificate. We are doing a pilot program on May in all our 46 airports. So we are going to give all travelers this certainty. Spain is going to be ready in June to tell all travelers worldwide that you can visit us with all these means of certainty.
That's wonderful. What's unusual, I guess, on the world stage is that this was done, it was multilateral within Europe, but unilateral to the rest of the world. Do you expect reciprocity? Oh, I'm going to blow it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you going to expect that other countries are going to likewise say vaccinated travelers from Europe are welcome?
Well, I think this has to be, this has to come in a natural way, since we are accepting a common standard and standards also. Dan mentioned it. This is very important to all of us. It is of no use that we open only one side of the equation. I mean, if we only use this certificate, but if you come back to your country and the restriction is they're not certain, they could change from one day to another. This is not going to help tourism. So what we are expecting with our negotiations between the EU and third countries is that since we have done this system, which is quite, I have to say, is quite simple in its use, and we are not interested on data on the users. I mean, what we want is that someone that has the vaccination certificate that is related with their identity, and they can prove that there is no risk in their travel. But when they're coming back to the country, this has to have a kind of reciprocity, as you mentioned.
Yes, thank you, reciprocity. So, Gibran, you're the only one on this panel who actually has experience with travelers for any length of time since Mexico has been open. What do you think are the three factors that are the key to rebuilding confidence from what you've noticed in terms of the travelers who've come to Mexico?
Well, thanks, Arnie. This is one of the largest hotels in the world, and when we decided to open the chain, we weren't sure if we should open the small hotels rather than large hotels, because we didn't know if the clients were going to decide to stay in a crowded property rather than a small one. So what we did in the beginning was to create a very clear video of the protocols that we're going to be following. This was in June, almost a year from now. And I can tell you that in our website, the protocol video, the Purely Palace, was much more visited than the promotions section of the webpage. People care much more about the health and safety and protocols rather than a discounting price. which, by the way, we didn't discount because people won't travel for a discount. If they're afraid of their health, they don't care if you give it for free. So this was very important to have a clear communication. And I also think that a very organized industry, locally or nationally, give one sole message on how our protocols being followed by destination, on the airport, in different hotels. And I think in Quintana Roo and in Los Cabos, I can tell you that the industry was very well organized in terms of having the same protocols per se, and this created a very big confidence in the client, because one of the problems that we have seen is that the messages to travel are not clear. Do I need a PCR test, an antigen test to go in, to go back 3 days, 4 days? What happens if I am vaccinated? What happens if I'm not? So a clear communication is very important. I'm glad Spain's doing that. I think it's very intelligent. And also the word of mouth, it's clue. I can do a survey today, and hopefully all of you will be feeling very safe on being here. And what difference is it to be in a supermarket grabbing a tomato with somebody that has not been tested to grab a tomato, and then you come and grab the same fruit? What's the difference between that and going on a trip? Maybe the only thing and the only process that could be or could make the client be nervous is the airplane. I believe that the vaccinated people should have a green light, and the non-vaccinated people should get a 10-minute quick test before getting on a flight, independently if it's on a way in or out, because you're sitting next to a guy that is sneezing for 9 hours, and your brain will make you sick, even if he doesn't have COVID. So I believe that confidence, it's coming. I can tell you from our sales that the clients want to travel. Just last week, and Alex mentioned it in his panel, last week we sold 50% more year. We have seen it from the US. The US clientele to Quintana Roo, it's growing up to a point that it's about to surpass travelers from January and February from make sure that enjoy their lives. And I believe also the travel is something that has taken relevancy in terms of why do I want a new pair of shoes or a new watch? I'd rather experience more than start spending in material things.
Okay. So thank you. I've got 41 seconds and a message saying, please start wrapping up. In one question, Gibran, how can you motivate someone to do meetings again? Can you answer in 30 seconds? You've got a lot of meeting space.
We don't need to motivate because the sales are there. They're picking up. They're picking up from September and towards the first Q of the year. And I can tell you that last week we closed 9 groups of 3,500 rooms for 6 nights each, where we're going to be a full buyout. And when this company that purchased the rooms from us, they sold these events, I cannot give more details, in 4 minutes.
Amazing.
People are desperate to travel.
Amazing. And you did well on the timing. Thank you, panel.
So what we heard here was that travel will come roaring back. We're seeing it here at the Moon Palace Resorts already. If People have loved this time to slow down. They've loved the time they've had with families. They've reevaluated their lives and how they do businesses. So this next hot seat is going to actually address traveler expectations as they start to hit the road again. And I'm going to be turning the stage over to Glenda McNeil, who's the president of Enterprise Strategic Partnerships for American Express. And she's going to be talking to Brian Chesky from Airbnb.
Welcome to this hot seat on the travel of the future with Airbnb's CEO and co-founder, Brian Chesky. I'm Glenda McNeil, president of Strategic Partnerships at American Express and WTTC executive committee member. I'm thrilled to be here to have this discussion. This year has been an interesting year and left many of us yearning for travel. And this desire has us making our wish list for future travel, redefining what we want out of a trip and where we want to go. Today with Brian, who recently took Airbnb public, and we'll unpack what the traveler of the future will want out of travel and their travel providers. How COVID-19 has permanently changed their demands, and how the sector can build towards a more resilient future. What we've seen at American Express is a strong pent-up demand for travel focused on safety, sustainability, and diversity. This provides a great opportunity to build on this momentum and build back better as travel and tourism recovers. We should make our recovery both sustainable and inclusive. So we're going to dig in now with Brian. First question, Brian. From your experience leading Airbnb this past year, what has been the biggest effect of COVID-19 now?
I think that we yearn for what's taken away from us. What's been taken away from us? Well, travel has, but something probably even bigger, human connection. And so we surveyed travelers all over the world, and they tell us they miss traveling, but they don't miss all types of traveling. They don't miss business travel generally, and they don't miss mass travel, standing in line to get their selfies in front of landmarks, getting on double-decker buses at tourist districts. What they miss are spending time with their family and friends. That's the kind of travel they want. And so I think that mass travel, to some degree, to meaningful travel, which can happen anywhere.
I agree with you. I think meaningful travel and traveling with a purpose really rings true in what we're seeing as well at American Express. Consumers are becoming more conscious travelers. They're being more aware of travel companies aligned with their values and the journey to destinations where they can have a positive impact on the communities. So next question is, in the last year, it's brought about a huge shift in travel, in particular to areas outside of city centers. What are you most excited about? And where do you think the industry is most challenged?
Yeah, I mean, this is in the same destinations. I think what people discovered last year was that they can travel anywhere, because a lot of people weren't flying. They weren't able to cross borders. They weren't able to go to conventions. They weren't able to go to crowded districts. So what do? They got in their cars, typically in a lot of countries, and they traveled to cities they could get to, or destinations with a tank of gas. And a lot of the places they went to weren't big cities. There were communities. So the way I think about travel is I think it's going from people traveling to 20 destinations to people traveling everywhere, 100,000 communities all over the world. And I think in particular, rural travel is a huge trend. I think people are getting reconnected with the land, reconnected with their original home, which is nature. And I think, by the way, this is great for sustainability, because if you want to help, I think, contribute towards creating a more sustainable world, you have to get back to the source. And this would be rural communities, national parks. And to give you one example of what we're doing, today we're announcing that we now have agreements with more than 100 destinations around the world to support tourism recovery, and we have a focus on rural travel. To give you 3 examples, we just did a partnership with the French Association for Rural Mayors. And so we are partnering, there's 16 mayors of rural communities that we're helping drive tourism to. I remember meeting, I think the former minister of tourism in France a number of years ago, and they said, we don't need more people going to Paris, we need more people going to other parts of France. That's one example. We did a partnership with the Tourism Authority of economics to many more towns and communities all over the world. And I think this is a revolution in travel. This is not a small thing. This, I think, is a revolution that will rival modern aviation and the modern hotel industry and other changes. When suddenly people can travel anywhere, I think it really fundamentally alters the way we move, the way we live, and the way we travel.
I think so many people for so many years really thought about travel as something exotic and extravagant. And now I think the discovery and just baseline experience is making a difference. Learning about the people who live there, those are all things that I think resonate. And it's fascinating to kind of hear the shifts that you're seeing in traveler preference, because it's also something that we're hearing about as we talk to our card members. When thinking about people and travel behavior and the purpose for travel, what has changed in perceptions of travel by demographic? And are you seeing differences according to age, region, or even reason for travel?
We've done a lot of surveys, and we have not seen a major change in demographic in the sense that they're telling us they want to travel. And it seems to not be limited to any economic price point. You'd think in a recession, people in the lower economic bracket would not want to travel. Actually, even people making a median income below, the average American median income in the United States still want to travel. The majority of them are telling us they want to travel. Again, though, I think what they are saying is we want to travel to connect. Human history. It's a forced isolation. It's unnatural. And I think what people are yearning for, you said pent-up demand. It's not just pent-up demand to travel, it's pent-up demand to connect. And I think that is ultimately the purpose of travel. What's the why we're traveling and who we're with? I think that's a major shift. And I think traveling is going to start blurring with living. I think this idea that we take a 1 to 2 day business trip or we do a once-a-year vacation is old-fashioned and outdated. That's not the world we live in anymore. I think we now live in a world where people can work from home on their laptop. It means they can work via Zoom anywhere. And then that means they're going to be more flexible. That means many people are going to say, I want to kind of move around. I want to live in different places. I want to travel for a month, not a week. Suddenly they want to assimilate in the places they go. They don't want to feel like outsiders. Who wants to be an outsider for a month if they're in a location? This is a huge transformation in travel. And I think it's quite exciting. This is hugely exciting. What an exciting time to be in this industry.
No, it's quite exciting. And I think the idea that work will change. Do exactly what you're describing, which is to set up shop for a month or 2 months or 3 months and really get a sense of what it's like to experience a different place in a different community. And I think we're seeing a lot of that in terms of people's planning and where they're trying to go. One of the things we saw in our research that speaks to how consumers are spending is that they're planning to spend more than they would in previous, right? So whether it's more trips or longer trips, people are saying, I've got enough money that I want to be able to really go and do something that I'm excited about. So while some behaviors and trends will likely revert back to the way they were pre-COVID, what shifts do you think will be more permanent, and what will define the traveler of the future? Because to your point, they're not the same anymore.
Yeah, I think most things won't be the same, from business travel to leisure travel. As you can work from home, you don't need to travel for business. Now it means you're stuck in your home more. So you might actually be more likely to want to travel and get out for leisure. Business travel that does come back is going to be a different type of business travel, probably. For example, if people, the majority of CEOs seem to have said that when the world reopens, they're going to go to a hybrid workforce, meaning they're not going to be purely remote or purely. Hybrid workforce means a world of flexibility. So people might not live in where the headquarters is. If that happens, let's say your headquarters, like at Amex, is in New York, maybe some employees might live in Ohio, but they're going to want to go back to headquarters maybe once a quarter for a week. So you're going to have a different kind of hub and spoke business travel. That's not the 1-2 day meetings. They'll still exist, but you'll have a new kind of business travel. 20 people traveling to 20 cities is going to be people traveling to 20,000 cities. Traveling and living are blurred together. Mass tourism will still exist, but again, it will give way to, I think, a more personal local type of travel. And the last thing is, I think traveling is going to be less ma'am and sir. You know, concierges and people who don't truly. Okay. I think people want to feel like, and I know Amex does this, they want to feel like they're known. This is a very isolating period. Loneliness is pervading society. What people really want is a sense that they belong, they're valued, people know who they are and they exist. And I think they're going to not want this just of their employers, not just of this of their family. They're going to want this when they travel, because this is going to be a major part of their life. I think this is an exciting time for travel also, because I think people will spend more money on travel. In other words, if you what are the most shared photos on Instagram, Facebook, and social media? They're often photos of travel. What are the most important events in your life? You know, your wedding, your honeymoon, your retirement, you know, when you graduate college, what do you do in these moments? You travel. It is the ultimate experience. I think this is a big opportunity for us, but we got to, as an industry, make sure that we meet people where they are, and where they are is a different place than they were before the pandemic. They're at a place that's much more local, much more personal. Ultimately, all of us in travel, we're not really just in the business of travel. We're in the business of human connection. That's what people want, I think. They don't want to be alone in an isolated bubble when they're traveling.
I think what's exciting for brands who have built their business on experiences like American Express, like Airbnb, this resonates with us, right? Because people want to feel as though you know them. People want to feel a part of a community. So your point about belonging is a very important one, and one that we at American Express have spent years investing in. And, you know, I think many companies also had to pivot to try and embrace that. So let's talk a little bit about not only meaningful travelers, but let's experience this. Let's shift a little bit to travelers wanting to travel with confidence, and this whole notion of safety, particularly during this period. What should travel and tourism businesses be doing to build stronger and more meaningful relationships so that they can accelerate growth and restore travelers' confidence?
Well, I mean, clearly safety is really important, and I think that every company needs to think through, like, what are you doing to restore confidence? And you can have three choices: do less than is expected of you, what's expected of you, or more than is expected of you. You rarely get credit in life when you do anything less than is more than expected, because then it's not noticed. We worked last year with the I think it's kind of like that's like the base of Maslow's pyramid is we need to make sure people feel safe when they travel. But again, people don't travel to be safe. They travel for more than that. So that's only the price of admission. But again, I think that what we really need to do to restore confidence is also make sure people feel like, you know, they're known, they're valued, and we have a real relationship with them. I think relationships are going to be
right? The amount of people who chose Airbnb during that time for those reasons, particularly. What can the sector do in the medium to long term to build in resilience into the industry and to really make sure that it thrives, particularly after what we've been through?
Well, I would say a couple of things. Number one, in order to be resilient, to be relevant to what people want. So I think it's very important that none of us expect the world to ever be like 2019. I really think we should let go of the world before last. It's not scary as long as we and more services will get automated, like self-driving cars will replace, I think, a lot of taxi fleets and ride sharing. And so the last thing that's going to get automated is like service with heart. You know, not what will future-proof a company, because that's what people are going to want. And I also think not putting all your eggs in one basket, so to speak, one destination. People aren't just going to all go to one city. You know, Vegas will come billion. I think for a local community, it's really important that they highlight what makes them different. Not every place has, you know, a landmark like the Eiffel Tower, but that's okay, because now we're in a great equalizer. Because I would argue people everywhere are equally interesting. And so long as travel is about connection, suddenly everyone is on the same footing as Paris.
Well, Brian, you've given some great insight, and I think you've noted some really great advice. I think we're running out of time, so I'm going to close on that one. I want to thank you for sitting in the hot seat today. We're now over a year into this pandemic, so our observations that growing pent-up demand and shifts in traveler preference for flexibility, increased safety and cleanliness measures, and longer stays can serve as signals that the traveler of the future will be on the road again. They will be critical to the recovery of our global and local economies. Thank you so much for joining us, and that concludes our session. Thank you.
Thank you for having me today.
Absolutely.
And thank you to Glenda for a really thought-provoking interview, and for Brian for telling us, forget about 2019, we're just going to lean into the future, which is what we're going to be talking about in the next set of panels. This is time now for our second set of strategic insights. As we come through this recovery. So we're going to have simultaneous panels here on the stage. We will be discussing safe and seamless travel. This is something that WTTC has been leaning into for more than a decade, how we use technology to have the easiest trip that people possibly can have. And it even has more resonance now that we talk about a post-COVID world. But meanwhile, if you're on the WTTC platform viewing this conference can actually stay here in the main auditorium, or you can go and visit the video on demand room now or anytime later to focus the 3 other sessions. All 3 of them are going to be great, and the one here in the room is going to be fabulous. So we have speakers including Kim Day, Ted Balistreri, Mark Hoplamazian, Paul Griffiths, Gilda Perez Alvarado, Carolyn Batata, Minister Lemoyne, Chris Thompson, Andrea Grisdale, and Rob Torres of Google, just to name a few. You can't watch them all at once, but we really do urge you when you leave this room to try to go look at those on the platform, because there's just great content in all of them. Now, we're going to bring Peter Greenberg back to the stage to moderate this panel, and he's going to bring his panelists up. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Kathleen. We're talking about, is my mic on? Yes, okay. We're talking about safe and seamless travel, not a new concept, but one that has importance beyond just the pandemic. We have a great panel today from different aspects of the travel industry: hotels, airports, new technology in terms of clearance. So please welcome my panelists. They're going to walk out on the stage now. Sean Donohue, the CEO of the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. Sean. Kelly Craighead, the CEO of CLIA. Kelly, where are you? You're just coming up. You can applaud, that's okay. Jose Ricardo Botello, the CEO of ALTA, and I'll explain what that is when he gets up here. Here he comes. Ewald, where are you? From the Bukuta and Tara Resort in Aruba. A very interesting story to tell. Clear. Are you coming up? There you go. Come on up, guys. I'm going to sit over there. You know, when Brian Chesky was talking about human connection, you guys are all about also the process of connection and the technical aspects of it as well. Yesterday in our Global Leaders Dialogue, we were talking about the process of connection as well. We're talking about airlift and airports. And one of the things that we discussed was that before 9/11, airports were not really developed or designed or capable of dealing with the security needs post 9/11 in a physical way and then in a technical way. And then the question becomes now, are they developed and designed for dealing with a public health issue like the pandemic? I don't know if you've had the same experience that I have, but I don't have a problem getting on a plane today. I know that their air circulation systems are fabulous. They take out more than 99.4% of the particulates and the bacteria. So for me, that's not an issue. Friends are saying to me, yeah, but what do you do about the airport? What's going on about the airport? And what's interesting about that is Sean Donohue, who's the CEO of DFW, which, by the way, is now the largest, biggest airport in the United States, surpassing Atlanta. You were baking some technology into the system before the pandemic.
We were, Peter, and thanks for teeing that up, and good afternoon, everybody. We have been on a journey at DFW for about 3 years, working with many partners on biometrics. We believe biometrics gives us, and most importantly, provides our customers facilitation benefits that have now become almost an imperative as we recover from the pandemic. And let me give you a couple examples. In working with U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, we now have technology. If you arrive on an international flight at DFW, the biometrics actually is your boarding document. It's your arrival document. You don't have to show your passport when you go through immigrations and customs. It's always good to have it, obviously, but that becomes the mechanism to clear you through immigrations and customs. For about 2 years, we've been using biometrics to board all of our international flights. You don't have to give a boarding pass. You don't even have to use your mobile boarding pass. And now we're testing when customers check in. As we all know, it's very easy to get a mobile boarding pass, but we are testing technology using biometrics that allows you to self-check your bag without any involvement from an airline employee. So those type of technologies, Peter, were always on our radar screen. We were starting to work with them, but as I said, now they've become an absolute priority.
Of course, you can call me old school, but I'm the kind of guy that every time I see a kiosk, I run, because I like the idea of human connection and conversation. Are you displacing that?
We're not trying to displace, because you're right, the human connection is still important, but what we've seen is the employees who are in these jobs where they have to facilitate now have the ability to be far more flexible. They don't have to be so robotic. They don't have to have their head down in a computer. It provides them the opportunity actually to engage even better with the customer.
Now, when the pandemic hit, we had one particular state in the United States, Hawaii, that closed down. America's only island state. They made it very difficult to get there. They were looking for some sort of a centralized set of standards to get people cleared to go. Obviously, one of the most popular destinations in the U.S. Andrew Wingrove from Clear, you guys came up with a process in partnership with the state.
Indeed.
To try to figure out a way to get people not only cleared to the first island, but maybe actually to all the islands.
Yes. First off, Peter, thanks for having me. It's really a pleasure to be here. You know, clearing customers is nothing new to us, and creating frictionless and safe journeys is core to what we are at Clear.
And it's biometrics as well.
As a biometric company as well, yeah. And so clearing tens of millions of consumers through airports, we knew that when the pandemic hit, the next question would be, how do you raise that game with health insights? And so we've been working on a Health Pass credential for over a year. We have ambassadors and our customers at our lanes, and then we immediately put our heads down to building that health. So we've been working with the state of Hawaii now for about 6 months to create a red light, green light system that enables their Safe Travels portal to be that much easier for consumers. If y'all are not...
And by the way, earlier this afternoon I was talking to the Minister of Tourism of Greece. They've come up with a digital document.
Indeed.
Right? Yours is essentially a digital document.
Ours is a digital document as well, correct. But the most important thing is we're interoperable with their system, because they're not just measuring your health insights, but where you're staying for tracing purposes and the like. And so what we're working on with the state is not only to provide the red light, green light, but push into their system. And then what we're thinking about from there is how do we also create that interoperability to hotels, cruise lines, and more. Because if just look at checking in for yesterday here at this conference, where we created credentials when we checked in with our tests. And as you look forward, and as it's been noted with more of us being vaccinated, how do we share that credential seamlessly and safely?
Now, of course, in Hawaii, there's still a physical piece of equipment that's involved. It's that wristband, correct?
It's the wristband, correct.
Explain how that works.
Yeah, so for customers that are traveling to the state of Hawaii, they can either take a test from one of the 34 trusted testing partners that the state has established, or they can use the thousands of providers that are available through Clear. And from there, they link their testing provider account to Clear. We ask the testing provider, has this person taken a test within the prescribed period, which for Hawaii is 72 hours? Yes, it's within 72 hours. Yes, it's a PCR test. And
There's going to come a time, whether it's the technology that Sean is using or the technology that you're using, where in the entire travel experience, once we get to a destination or even on our hometowns, we'll be using that technology to go to the dry cleaners, the grocery store, the movie theater, et cetera.
You bring up a great point. We're actually working with over 50 sports teams around the United States to power safe and easy access to the venues as well. Just this weekend, we had over 15,000 attendees a sporting event in Florida that had over 10,000 attendees.
And in Florida and Texas, how many were wearing masks? I just had to ask.
I'm talking
you don't want to
about,
answer that question, do you?
Indeed. But the important thing to know is that we're building an interoperable platform that will work across a variety of industries. We believe, just like you, that it'll be incorporated in everyday life. And so our goal is not to create an all-encompassing health pass credential for every single venue, but one that creates an interoperable one that can plug and play, whether it be for cruise lines, for airline, and more.
Based on the standards of those entities.
Correct.
I got it.
And that seamless integration will enable you as a consumer, just like you log in with Google or log in with Facebook, to provide some credentials.
In his last piece was customer expectation. What are people going to be looking for as an authentic, genuine experience? And of course, the word sustainable. And that brings me up to Ewald here in the island of Aruba. I remember talking to your former prime minister about 4 or 5 years ago, who said to me that their goal was to be completely fossil fuel free for the entire island in just a couple of years. You're already doing that.
That is true. Thank you for inviting me. It's a real honor to be here, my illustrious colleagues. Yes, Aruba did announce that by 2020 we'll be 100% green, and that did not succeed. However, the present government is intending to eliminate fossil fuels by the year 2030.
I should also say, initially they were going to go solar.
Yes.
And that didn't exactly work out.
Well, they did part solar. They do about 5% of the local consumption solar, but they realized that to provide the whole island with panels with enough power would take half of the island. So they actually then switched to wind power, and they installed 12 turbines, and they're in the plan of adding another, I believe it's 24 or so. And that will then produce about 60 or 70% of the total consumption. And they're determined for various reasons. One is, of course, safety. The other one is foreign exchange. At this moment, the island is exporting millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to purchase oil. And the wind and solar is free. And there are investors that are willing to put up the equipment, and you just purchase it at a discount from them. So we're looking forward to that happening.
Now, that's just on the island, but your resort itself.
Well, my resort, and again, there's a colleague here from Dallas Airport. We were the recipients of an award from the WTTC a few years ago, and then just recently became carbon neutral as a hotel in 2018. And it's been rewarding, and I see that the future and people look for sustainability, they look for health and safety, and the other thing they also will look forward to is a seamless travel, and we are combining all of these things in our resort. We actually provide our customers with a guilt-free vacation. And we put it in so many words. We say, look, staying at home and taking a car and driving, I don't know, to Disney World, your emissions are about 100% higher than if you would take a flight from New York to Aruba, spend a week in my hotel, which is super green, and then fly home, and you've spent half of that footprint that you would have spent in your car going to Florida. and Aruba is on the bandwagon to become as green as it can possibly be.
Well, right? And so here we are in a resort complex here with over 4,000 or nearly 4,000 rooms. Does anybody here even think when you flush the toilet, where does it go? Does anybody think that? Well, people started to think about that.
Yes.
I remember when ecotourism was becoming the buzzword, and they would put that little plastic card on your bed saying, please help us save the environment by not washing your towels. I used to laugh at the fact that the card was plastic, but forgetting that, they once gave me a tour of the hotel laundry. That's when I got it. When I saw the process of what it took to wash the towel, I said, count me in. So I guess the real question is, for all of us here, you know, what steps are you taking? Sean, you're doing that at the airport, I know, in terms of the environment. I mean, the toxic fluids that are contained at an airport are disposal, it's management, right?
It is, and it's how you dispose of the liquids. Like, think about glycol from de-icing airplanes. And we are extraordinarily careful. We work with partners, so we break down those components so they don't damage the environment. And it's very costly. It takes a lot of time. It's very complex. That's why, you know, we're the largest carbon neutral airport in the world, and we're proud of that. And who would have ever thought an airport in Texas would have that moniker?
But then that brings up the point is, as we emerge from COVID-19 and we have a new recognition or even a connection with public health issues that go beyond the virus, that becomes a marketing tool for you. That becomes a marketing tool for Ewald.
It does. And I would say, you know, my wife and I have 5 kids from 19 to 30. Young people pay attention to this. When we promote within the airport that we're carbon neutral, the young people get it. And they really do pay attention to that. And I actually believe older people like myself are starting to pay more attention to it as well. And we're not activists. We're practical about this at DFW, but we understand we've got a huge responsibility. And we've got a passion and a commitment, and we've got a wonderful team that has delivered on all of the goals and objectives we've set out there.
Now, at DFW, of course, is the consumer dynamic of moving people from A to B to C. I get that. But Jose, you're all about the rest of that aviation, equipment, planes, crews. What's changed for you?
With the COVID?
Yeah.
I would tell you it changed a lot. First of all, thank you very much for this invitation, Gloria. It's a great pleasure to be here with you guys. And it's an honor for Alta to be here with you to explain a little bit about our process. Since the first beginning, I believe that it's important to understand what happened since the first beginning, since the first wave, because for the first time ever in 22 years work with government and private sector, I would say that was the first time that I saw actually all together in a table to try to find a way out, and that in our sector came to under the umbrella of the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO. So we've been there all together and try to find and try to avoid lose the connection in our region, in Latin American countries. That unfortunately we saw some quarantines or some unnecessary rules, and that had a huge impact in the sector. So still now we have been working and advocating with the government and try to say, okay, let's reopen, let's resume, because we have protocols, solid protocols, actually it's concrete, And if we are here today, it's because these protocols, they work it. So this is very important for us. And
Give me an example of some of the protocols that you initiated.
Since the first beginning, when you go to that, I mean, again, when you talk about this CART document that was made in the first wave of the COVID, the idea was, okay, if you go to the airport, which protocol do you have? So ACI was there to say to the government, okay, we can do this, this, and this. And also the government said, the whole government said, okay, it's okay if you go for this way. When you go to the cabin, what is the protocol? And here I would like to bring something that is very important to understand. Since the first beginning, Peter, we had a huge problem with misinformation. Like we felt that the people was a little bit afraid about the air in the cabin, but it's very important to understand that the air in the cabin is changed each 3 or 4 minutes. I mean, 100% of that, and especially with the filters that we have in the aircraft. So the protocol that was made for that, and the idea was to give confidence to the people to come back. And that's why all the time we have been saying that it's important to avoid quarantines and also to give some unnecessary tests at the arrival, because otherwise no one's gonna travel because you are afraid to come back to your country. So this is the process that we have been working a lot for since the first.
Many of my own listeners and viewers will repeat it to me that cruise ships are floating Petri dishes. And yet, stage who can say something that nobody else can say, you can literally move your assets, and you've done it.
That's right.
Right? You've repositioned your ships to foreign ports, so you're not going to be sailing at this moment from any to U.S. port, and that includes the Bahamas, Bermuda, Greece, Iceland, the United Kingdom, Israel, St. Martin, and I'm probably running out of a few. So your challenge, of course, and everybody here has a challenge, right? But your challenge, of course, is to say, we're going to sail because we've met those standards, and then you've gone one step further, which is, it's one thing for Sean to say it's carbon neutral, that's great, right? But people are still asking about long lines at the airport. I get that, and I'm going to come back to that. But in your situation, most of your members now are requiring all crew to be vaccinated, all officers to be vaccinated, and all passengers to be vaccinated. So the question is, and it's a rhetorical question, so bear with me, if you have 100% vaccine compliance, have you now become the safest place to be?
Well, first of all, let me say thank you to Gloria and the whole team at WTTC for not only inviting me, but giving such a great opportunity for all of my cruise colleagues and port partners to be part of this, because this is an extreme in terms of the ability to move our assets is true. The other thing that's true that's important for governments to understand is just our unique ability to create a safe experience from our partnerships with our air carriers, to the airports, to the ports and terminal operators, to the ability on the ships, and then, of course, partnership with the destinations themselves. And so one of our, I think, is to take that challenge and really be able to promote to the consumer the confidence that you'll have this kind of higher bar set than expectations of assurance, which our lawyer never likes me to say, but that assurance that you are going to be in a setting that has been enhanced completely as a result of all the learnings that have happened after this pandemic.
And so can you give me some examples where you've repositioned those ships, where that level of confidence has returned, not just in terms of passengers, but because we know there's a pent-up demand. We know that. I mean, for those of you who may not be aware, one cruise line a couple of weeks ago, I think it was Silversea, put on their grand expensive ticket on the ship was $74,000, and it sold out. Yep. So there is demand. Yep. But what about the concern of ports, concerns of individual governments? Because as you were saying, Jose, everybody's operating in a silo.
That's right. Well, I mean, in places where there is communication and collaboration with the governments and with the health authorities, and that the measures that are being taken are based in science and they're very prescriptive step by step. So all the places that you mentioned, plus Malta, plus Croatia, plus Singapore, more and more markets are opening up, and because, as you said, demand is so great, the thing that everyone should know is that cruisers love to cruise. So they will go where the cruise ships are. And it is, again, about that partnership with the government and with the health authorities. So where you see coordination and collaboration and communication between the industry and governments, you'll see to where you can have that ability to responsibly resume operations.
And last summer, of course, some of those operations did resume overseas in Europe. You had the European cruise lines start test cruises, et cetera. And now it's a situation to see how fast things are going to move in the wake of the European Union decision yesterday to let Americans who are vaccinated come to 27 different countries. I'm assuming you're smiling about that.
Yes, yes. I think everybody in this room might be smiling about is how long it takes to stand up a ship, and from how many countries are crew coming, and how does the processing of information and kind of the mechanics around the logistics start to work together. You know, what I think is then particularly challenging is the situation then in the United States, which is the largest cruise market, is responsible for half the people who take a cruise, and the challenge that it presents to U.S., you know, by not sailing from U.S. ports, you don't have that benefit of being a home port, of having your passengers come early or stay late, and to stay in hotels, and to go shopping, and to eat out at restaurants, and to see that all move offshore, because we are, you know, not having the same level of urgency to solve this challenge that the Europeans actually were able to do so well with our EU Healthy Gateways framework that enabled the success. But I think one misnomer is that the conditional sale order is up in November. It's reevaluated in November unless it is modified or lifted before then. So that's really where we're spending a lot of energy right now.
Although if you're looking at this as a numbers game, just from the American market, about 3.8 million Americans are being vaccinated every day. That means every 9 days. That's the equivalent of the number of Americans who cruised in 2019.
from an economic standpoint because we have gotten our arms around the public health issue, because there are some of the most stringent protocols in place to be able to take a cruise, because we were the first industry to require 100% testing of both passengers and crews, and that'll remain an important element of the protocols that we use. So truly, as we race to reassemble ourselves, it really, a driver is going to be the number of Americans who are flying elsewhere to take a cruise.
Exactly. You know, I promised Sean I was going to come back to you on this because a lot of us don't want to go back to the way it was before. What's going to happen when they start flying again? Are they going to go back to charging me for everything? Are they going to be standing in lines at the airport because there are not enough TSA agents to process the numbers? We heard earlier last month that the TSA is now going to hire about 6,000 new agents to handle what they have already looked at the numbers, right? What are you doing at DFW? And what are you going to charge? No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah. Fantastic. We have sensor data at every one of our checkpoints that gives real-time line weights. And what that does is two things, Peter. When you come to an airport and you see a line, you tend to panic. Are you going to catch your flight?
No, I actually panic before I get to the airport, but that's okay.
In the TSA checkpoints, but also provides the facilitation. So we're
You come to a clean and clear environment, and if something should go wrong, you're fully insured. We will take care of you unless you want to buy additional insurance, and you can be evacuated back to home. And that assured the customer. And in fact, we are running at this moment about 40 to 50% island-wide. My particular hotel, I can brag a little bit. We're running over 90% at this moment, mostly repeat business demand. And the island has pulled together and has shown efforts and done everything in their power to make sure that we overcome this crisis as soon as possible.
So my last question to all of you, as we try to talk about removing the barriers to international mobility, which are starting to happen as we speak, is there's something else in there. It's the elephant in the room. It's the negative touch points that people remember. So very quickly, what are each of you doing to deal with those negative touch points in a proactive, urgent way?
On three things: technology, biometrics, that simplifies and allows customers to get through the process quicker and in a more seamless manner. Number two is hygiene. Every airport in the world, every hotel, every entity is paying attention to that. What we've learned and what the data tells you is it's actually the air quality that is probably the most important thing in an airport, just like it is in an airplane. So we have spent well over $10 million outfitting the entire heating and air conditioning systems at the airport and every terminal with UV technology to kill all the germs and the viruses. And then number three is touchless. How do you make the experience as touchless as possible? And again, biometrics helps with that. But there's other, sensor technology that enables you to do that as well. So those are the three areas that we believe will really make the customer recovery as seamless as possible.
Andrew?
We're focused on three things as well. Reducing friction at touch points and making it more predictable along the way and more consistent from experience to experience. And then number three, connected and not having to provide the same data over and over and over at each step of the way will really bring joy back to travel.
Kelly?
Perfect to build on my colleagues. We're really focused on creating what is an enjoyable guest experience despite all of the new enhanced measures and working closely with the ports and the terminals to provide for the extra testing and screening and things has been a challenge, but is clearly building on where we've been leaders in innovation in some of these spaces with bracelets and other things in the past.
When you think about it, before I get to Ewald, in hospitality, no one was ever supposed to see back of the house. Now things have changed. You want everybody to see the back of the house. Right, Ewald?
Yes, that's correct. I look at it as the future. Health, wellness, and safety and hygiene, of course, is number one. A sustainable environment and that provides you with guilt-free travel because people don't want to damage and leave a footprint behind or a big footprint is very important. And biometrics and seamless travel provides the same, the social distance, the ease of travel, the uncomplicated things, and safety at the same time. So we're looking at a future that is bright.
Jose?
Yeah, I would say that information is everything right now for the traveler, and especially when you talk about safety. But I would add something like about safety and security, and I would like to congratulate WTTC because the SSTJ document is a very, very good document, and I believe that we have the tools right now. We have the tools for safety and security, but we have to find a way right now is how to do some interoperability among all this process in order to give for the tourist, for the traveler, the seamless travel. Because actually, Peter, we are explorers. This is something that is in our nature. This is our DNA. A long time ago, we left Africa to conquer the world. In some part in the moment, the Europeans came to Americas, and this is part of us. Discover something, and we are, with COVID or without COVID, with vaccine, thanks God that we have the vaccine, but we cannot wait for the vaccination. We have to be confident that we can travel with protocols and what is safe, but much more the bio protocols. So I believe that we have to give or provide information to avoid fear and to avoid as well unnecessary rules.
You mentioned vaccination. I'll leave you with this, that so many people think that vaccination means liberation. Yeah. What it really means is an extended conversation. And it's up to everybody here to continue that conversation when we leave this room. My panel, I thank you for this conversation. Please thank our panel. And before we leave, we're going to take a quick break right now. We need you back here in this room for the next panel at 4 o'clock sharp. Thank our panel again, please.
The summit is about to begin. The summit is about to begin. Please take your seats.
Welcome back for our third and final session of the first day of our WTTC Summit. You know, watching that video is so powerful. Pictures tell such an amazing story of the revolution, the transformation that our business has gone through in the past year. Right now, we're going to focus on not only the recovery, but resilience through leadership. While the crisis isn't over yet, I think we all feel like the butterflies that are emerging from the cocoon. People talk about light at the end of the tunnel, but we aren't there yet, and it still requires tremendous coordination, cooperation among leaders in the public and the private sector. So now we are very honored to have a speaker who's going to talk about the G20 in action and what's been accomplished under Saudi Arabia's leadership of the G20, and what more needs to be done to really enhance our sector's recovery. So I please, will you welcome and join me in applauding Minister of Tourism for Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me to this beautiful crowd. If you would have told me in May last year that we will get together in May this year, I would never ever believe you. But, you know, things are getting better, and finally we see a light at the end of the tunnel. We are in the holy month of Ramadan. We fast in this month as Muslims. And some of you may know that we just fast in Ramadan from the sunrise till the sunset. But it is much, much more than only fasting. It is about the charity work. It is about getting together. It is about connecting people. It is about more prayer, where thousands of people go to the mosque, and it's all about getting together. We missed this Ramadan and last Ramadan. And this is something to do with what are we facing in our industry last year and this year. And therefore, tourism industry is all about connecting people. When you travel, you interact with the taxi driver. And when you get to the hotel, you deal with the reception. And when you go to the restaurant, you talk to the people. We missed all this. And this is because of the crisis. We want to go over this, and I hope soon. Saudi Arabia, last year, was the president of the G20. And we worked very hard to get all the G20 countries that represent about 80% of the number of the visitors around the world to get together and to work closely to agree on regulations and rules that will help country to resume travel very, very fast. Because we believe private sector cannot last for long. It is absolutely very difficult. 2020 was very difficult year, and with the vaccine, you know, we started to see a hope. And today this is a very good example. This is the first conference I attended in the last 14 months. And I'm very sure many of you have not attended in person and missed to see the friends, our friends and our colleagues in the last few months. And our industry, again, is all about connecting with people, going, traveling, visiting villages, learning about other people's culture, food, music, which we definitely missed in the last few months. And we hope this will come and will come back soon and faster and stronger. In the same time, we want to make sure that travelers are safe. The industry suffered a lot in last year until today. The two sectors that suffered most are the airlines and the hotels. And the industry, as you saw this morning from the WTTC numbers, lost about 50% of its GDP contribution and more than 60 million jobs. This is very painful. Jobs that help people and jobs that does not require skills, very high skills. And mostly mid-income people and below work in this industry, and therefore they need the jobs more than anybody else. And that's why it was very painful for them to lose their jobs. Airlines lost about 75% of their business in 2020. And therefore, it was absolutely very difficult year, unprecedented. Finally, we see countries moving very fast with vaccines and hoping to recover very fast. We saw Greece, my friend is here, the Minister of Tourism of Greece, announced that they will reopen in 14th or 15th of May. We in Saudi Arabia will reopen our borders May 17, and the UK announced their programs. These are very good examples for all the world to follow when the people started to see travel is safe and governments see that travel is secure. So we hope that we will not miss the summer, and we hope to go back to the great old days and better. Saudi Arabia in 2020 was the president of the G20. We announced the initiative of the seamless and secure travel. And we are continuing this with our friends and colleagues in Italy, who is the president of the G20 this year. We also announced the development of the rural areas, or Al-Ula communique, where Saudi Arabia and all the G20 countries announced to establish a fund that will help and support small villages and the rural areas where tourists and visitors can go and enjoy the real culture. I have a good example here. Her Excellency Gloria told me that they have villages here that they developed and they become very popular, and they created jobs for the people there, and they increased their income and their lifestyle. It was a great success and good model and good example in Mexico. We will launch the fund, and the great news is Saudi Arabia, the government of Saudi Arabia, 2 weeks ago, committed to seed the fund with $100 million. And I have spoke to my colleagues in other countries. And today, just before I came to this meeting, I had a very successful meeting with the World Bank, and they have committed to work closely with us in launching this fund. This fund will definitely further develop the small villages and will create jobs for people. For we are very proud to announce these initiatives, and we will see it supporting villages all around the world. I hope we will see governments, and you are waiting for business to come back. Governments are encouraged to reopen their borders, starting from Q3 and Q4 this year. And we believe the recovery will come sooner than was expected. And we believe that 2020 will be the start of a strong recovery. And I hope that the 7 to 8 billion people live in this planet will enjoy and continue traveling and learning about other cultures. Thank you very much, and we count on you, private sector, to help us in a fast and seamless and safe recovery. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. So as we talk about restoring our sector's contribution to global GDP from this low point of 5% to 10% and beyond, bottom line, it is about creating jobs in every part of the world. And that's what our next panel is going to be talking about, how the public and the private sector can work hand in hand to accelerate the recovery and bring back the 100 million jobs that have been lost or impacted by COVID-19. Oh, I jumped the gun here, didn't I? So we're going to be talking about that first, but I jumped the gun, and we have an award that we want to present to the minister on the heels of his remarks.
So good afternoon, everybody. So we at WTTC would like to acknowledge His Excellency and the government of Saudi Arabia for his leadership of the G20 and for his support of travel and tourism private sector during this unprecedented crisis. You know, partnerships, as we all know, are key to ensuring our sector continues to grow and thrive. And Saudi Arabia made history by inviting the private sector to join a meeting of tourism ministers, highlighting the value of public-private partnerships for tourism growth and long-term success. Now, the travel and tourism sector can only thrive through public-private community partnerships, and we need, as our conference theme says, to unite the world for recovery. So, I would like to ask Gloria to come up, please. And His Excellency, please, Your Excellency. We present this Global Leader Award to the Minister of Tourism, His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib, as a token of our thanks for Saudi Arabia's leadership in making history by including CEOs and the private sector in the G20 Tourism Ministers meeting, and especially for including the importance of travel and tourism, private sector in the G20's declaration for the first time ever. So thank you for uniting the public and private sectors for recovery. Together, we can revive 100 million plus jobs, and I know that's important to you because you just said it, and continue to support the hundreds of millions of lives that depend on our sector to survive. Thank you very much. Let me hand you the award.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you. We're honored and privileged to partnership with the private sector, and we'll continue to do so. Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership. Thank you. And now we're going to hear how we create those 100 million jobs in the travel and tourism sector. And we have a terrific panel for you coming up that is going to include the international head of the world's largest hotel company, ministers of tourism, and people in the tourism sector from all parts of the globe. And so I'll turn it over now to Aradhna Kawala, who is the CEO and founder of Aptomind, and she will be introducing her panel here on stage.
Am I audible now? Brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening to everyone in the audience and good evening to everyone who's not here with us in Cancun, but tuned in virtually. Now, until COVID came along, travel and tourism, our sector, had clocked a decade of unprecedented and tremendous growth. We've heard this before. We were 10.5% of the global GDP. We supported 334 million jobs and contributed $9.2 trillion to the economy. We were optimistic, proud of our accomplishments as a sector, because at the end of the day, we were really powering the global economy. But yesterday's home runs don't win the games today, right? Because a year ago, when WHO declared the global pandemic, our sector was the hardest hit in its economic fallout. The sector's contribution to GDP, we heard, fell by 49.1%. And perspective is important here, because in sharp contrast, the global GDP dropped by only 3.7%. More importantly, I think it took the world to stop traveling to understand the importance it has on decimating livelihoods and economies. 62 million people lost their jobs. This must be our toughest challenge ever. But in the face of impossible odds, we have triumphed before. Travel and tourism has spurred economic recovery before. And our story is not finished, not just yet. So how, as a sector, are we going to restore demand, accelerate rehiring, and close down the gap to recovery? How are we going to help the millions of small, medium, and micro enterprises get liquidity? How are we going to create new jobs? Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming 5 amazing leaders. And to me, each one of them represents what I call is the face of resolve that we have seen this last year, the face of resilient leadership. We have amongst us hotel leaders who hosted healthcare workers on the front lines of the pandemic. We have travel leaders who fought for relief packages from their governments. We have ministers of tourism and heads of tourism bodies who lobbied for liquidity for struggling businesses. And we have heads of industries like aviation who came together to implement rigorous health and safety protocol to ensure people could keep flying, even in the toughest of times. Please put your hands together and welcome, in alphabetical order, Craig Smith, Group President of Marriott International, Felipe de Oliveira, who's the Director General for ACI, Airports Council International, Minister Gilson Machado Neto, Minister of Tourism for Brazil, Isabel Hill, who is the Acting Deputy Assistant Secretary and Director, National Travel and Tourism Office. And last but not the least, Luis Araujo, who is the President of Portugal Tourism Board and European Travel Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again. It's good to see some old friends and make some new. Before we dive deep into the discussion, I would love to throw this question to all 5 of you. Very quick 30-second answer. We've seen or we've heard the global numbers, but let's get down to the specifics. In your industry, in your organization, in your country, where are you currently with jobs vis-a-vis 2019 levels? And more importantly, where do you expect to be by the end of 2021? Who might want to take this first?
I can start. Well, good afternoon. Hi, Aradhana. So in Europe, we have roughly 37 million jobs in terms of what tourism concerns. The loss of jobs in Europe, total Europe, the predictions of WTTC is roughly 50% of these jobs. Other statistics say 30%. We'll see. There's still no correct data about that. In Portugal, we have 10% of the working force working for tourism, 400,000 people, and we lost so far 40,000, so 10%.
Fantastic. Well, not fantastic, but thank you for telling us.
I work for an 88-year-old chairman who built his career on building jobs. Mr. Marriott's #1 focus are the people that work for us, and I have this question once a week from him. And my answer is it depends on the part of the world. We are in 132 countries across the world, and we are from one extreme to most of our people back to work to other extremes where we still have borders closed and maybe some hotels closed. And so probably the most positive thing I tell them each week is every time we have seen the spigot and borders open, the flow through of demand is incredible, and we are bringing everyone we can back to work.
And do you have targets for 2021, Craig?
We have targets in 2021, but we've been unable to forecast. We've been terrible at forecasting. If you had asked us where we would be in the first quarter of this year, but what we are seeing is that when it does happen, we have missed our targets. We've been too conservative, that the business has come back faster than we thought in every destination.
Great. Felipe?
Well, airports represent 60% of the jobs in the aviation industry. And airports play a key role during the crisis, during the pandemic, because the airports cannot close. That's why airports need to be open to receive cargo flights, repatriation flights. And because of our structure, we cannot lose a lot of jobs because they're very specific jobs. However, we have an ecosystem that includes not only the airport jobs, but the jobs that are linked with the restaurants, travel and tourism inside of the airport, duty-frees and others. And that represents almost the same as everybody has around the world, right? 52% of reduction in the total jobs. Again, we don't have expectations on how they will come back. We see some parts of the world going better than others. That's why we expect that when they open the borders, we'll have the return of the passengers on the terminals, and with that, the jobs that was lost during this time.
Great. Minister Neto and Isabel, if I can ask you the same question, where are you with regards to jobs against 2019, and where do you hope to be when we finish the year?
Absolutely. Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be able to join the conversation. I am sorry that my personal circumstances don't allow me to be there personally. I missed all of you, and I hope to see you next year. But in the United States, our trajectory has followed that of the world. Right before the pandemic, in February of 2020, we were experiencing the highest level of employment in this sector ever at about 17 million jobs. In just 2 months, between March and April of 2020, we lost 8.2 million jobs, half of the jobs practically gone, right before the pandemic hit. And I have to say, things are looking better. We have restored about 5 million of those jobs, but we remain 3 million jobs short of our high level. It's heartbreaking because each of those jobs represents an individual. It's easy to talk about numbers, it's easy to talk about percentages, but these are people who have lost their livelihoods and to some degree their hope. And so we are very optimistic about the future. We have seen, as I say, that we have 3 million to go. The challenge is that we are not, in my part of the world, we have a saying that says we're halfway home, but a long way to go. At the moment, unemployment in the United States is at about 6%, but unemployment in leisure and hospitality is at about 13%. So we have a lot of work to do.
Great. Minister Neto, if I can bring you in.
Yeah,
how are we doing with jobs, Minister, in Brazil?
Well, here in Brazil was not different. Many dreams have been passing by. We had about 45% of a loss of jobs here in the tourism. But at the end of last year, between December, we were getting a big recovery of the aviation companies, of our tourism operators, because we have a very strong internal tourism. And Brazil is a country that sends about 11 million Brazilians to all over the world. And these Brazilians, they spend about $19 billion. So all these Brazilians was traveling inside Brazil. So before the second wave of the pandemic that we have in January, we were back almost there with only the internal tourism. As you know, in Brazil, we just received 6 million external tourism from other countries. That's not too much for a country that's very significant. And our government made many protections, investing about $1 billion to save the companies and save the jobs. That's very, very important to save them. And we are expecting to make the vaccination until 6 September this year. Right. So we get through it. And right now we have about 57 people that received about 33 people already received the vaccination, and our government sent to the states already 57 doses of the COVID vaccine already. And Brazil will be a very big opportunity. We are going to open 22 national parks for concession to private companies. And as all the world knows, in the new era, tourism of nature, our natural resources, we are very big on it. We have 6 biomes and we are very strong on it. And this action with the national parks that we are going to let to the private companies years. So it will be very strong to recovering the jobs. And the start of the parks were made with cooperation with the UNESCO. So that's it.
Great, thank you very much. Felipe, I'm going to pick on something that you said, that 60% of all employment in aviation is at the airports, and you have 2,000 odd members around the world. I think my question is, what have you seen from policies, strategies perspective, and where that has been benchmarks in protecting jobs? Who has got it right?
Well, it's a very interesting question, because we as an airport around the world, we didn't receive a lot of support from the governments, with some exemptions, of course. That's why the difficulty for the sector was keeping the jobs, keeping the specialized jobs. And in some countries, we have like wage subsidies that really helps a lot to keep the employment. We have a reduced number of hours that people reduce the hours to keep the jobs as well. And in the extreme cases, temporary layoffs and long-term layoffs. That's why the support of the government is very important on that cases, because help us to keep the trained people that we have. When the aviation restart, we have the right people to restart as well.
Great. Luis, if I can bring you in at this point, when we speak of recovery, and you are at ETC, which has so many members, but beyond your members, you need to speak of international collaboration, policies and strategies which are building on that collaboration and working together, because that is critical to recovery. Are you seeing more of that with members and non-members?
We're seeing much more. Of course, we're talking of 33 public organizations. But we're seeing, and I think that's the one of, we can't say it's a good thing from the pandemic, but we've been talking much more with the private sector and between the private and the public sector. And it was clear from the first moment for every NTO in Europe that we needed to focus on the needs of companies, on the needs of the small and medium and not so medium and not so small enterprises, because they were the basic of everything related with tourism. So it was, of course, we had lots of financial support, especially in Portugal. In Portugal, we gave 2.3 billion euros of support, financial support to companies. A very simplified layoff system that had 250,000 people in April last year and now has just 90,000 people. So everything was prepared and conducted so that companies would survive this terrible period, which none of us knew how much it would last. But to answer your question, there has been a lot more cooperation, but we need now to compromise ourselves with the more specific targets in terms of what we want for the future. Because for sure we want to preserve and to recover these 100 million jobs, but they have to be different jobs for sure.
Interesting point, and I'll pick on that in a minute. But sure. Isabel, if I can bring you in at this point and ask, picking up from where what Luis was talking about, of course we need international collaboration, but we also need to restore the traveler confidence, and more importantly, we need to get rid of the barriers which is preventing that. What's your take on that?
Yes, no, absolutely. I think the whole business of public-private partnership has never been more important because one cannot succeed without the other. And all of the original efforts around liquidity and supporting businesses and supporting individuals who have lost their jobs was absolutely critical. But I think moving forward, we need to recognize that probably the biggest barrier, in my view, is building trust, right? We have to build trust with the travelers. We have to build trust with employees. We have to build trust with communities. And we have to build trust with our public health authorities. And each of those has a different strategy. Consumer confidence, I think, has gotten had a lot of conversation today. So I think that it would be important to really think about the last two, the trust in communities and the trust with public health authorities. And I say that because what I think we're seeing to some degree is that in some instances, when communities are opening up, there is so much demand for travel. People are so excited to get back on the road that they forget that they are visitors and they don't necessarily abide by the public health protocols. And in some cases, this is creating real challenges at the community level where they are succeeding beyond their abilities to cope, and they're having to shut down. This doesn't raise the confidence of public health authorities in opening up travel. So I think working together with communities, working with industry to communicate that travel is safe when you abide by the protocols is going to be a very important part of our collaboration moving forward. And I think also we have to recognize that what public health authorities are most concerned about right now, and probably the biggest impediment to travel, is the issue of variants. And I think that this opening up has to be done very carefully, very deliberately, and the ongoing conversation, as we are seeing between the industry and public health authorities, I think it needs to continue in the near future. But I think in the long term, it needs to be integrated into the culture of travel and tourism.
Great. I think it's a good moment now, Craig, if I can bring you in, and Minister Neto, how about we have a bit of a face-off between the public sector and the private sector, and we hear your ask. Please wear your private sector hat, and Minister Neto, if I can request you to be the representative of the public sector, because the government cannot accelerate recovery of jobs and cannot be solely held responsible for bringing the 100 million jobs. What would your ask be from the private sector? And Craig, how important is a decisive government intervention and strategy to ensure businesses can get back to revamping and going back to where they were? Minister Neto, if I can ask from your views as the public sector?
Okay, I think that we must be more and more attentive to the demand of the new tourism. With the offer of well-prepared nature destinations. We have a new environment now, especially after the pandemic, and we need to get always meeting the sanitary norms, giving confidence for the full resumption of tourist activities. In this sense, I'm convinced that Brazil has many attributes to stand on in these scenarios. Until then, the federal government will continue to listen to the demands and support the sector, not to only recover lost jobs, but to create new ones. We have a very big challenge, and we have to find the best point between the public sector and the private sector here. And our government is working so hard to help the private sectors, to keep the most important thing that that the industry have, that is the human resource that they already have, the jobs and the employees. That's all. We are working so hard on that here in Brazil. And unfortunately, we lost about 45% of the jobs. But I guess in a very close future, we'll recover much more than that, because Brazil will be a great opportunity in the tourism of nature. That's what all the world wants after the pandemic. I have access to the Google International. In 2019, each 100 people that was going to Google to look for tourism, only 10% was for nature, for environment, for natural resources. 10%, 2019. Now, ecotourism, for example. Now, in the second wave of the COVID, each 100 look in the Google for tourism, 54% is for ecotourism, for nature, and so we are very strong, not just for what we have. We have the 6 biomes, all kinds of, we have the Amazon that is preserved. 84% of the Amazon is untouched. Right. All untouched. We have many tribes, Indian tribes that never meet people. Can you imagine today? We are working in the internet, but have people in the world that never seen even a light. Mm-hmm. Here in Brazil, we still have many tribes that never meet civilization. They have their own civilization, okay? And we have 6% of our territory is untouched, is totally untouched. And so, what don't we have? We don't have hurricanes. We don't have any natural disaster. We have warm waters all the years in the ocean, and we don't have weeds in the ocean. So Brazil will be a very great opportunity for what the world demands after the pandemic.
Great, thank you. It's a very powerful value proposition. Craig, it's your turn now to put up the ask. What do you need governments, and it's not the government of Brazil or US, governments across the world to deliver so you can ramp up your businesses?
So you talked about decisiveness. It's not just decisiveness. At times, it's also fluidity to make decisions and admit when we're wrong. I don't know that I've ever apologized so many times where I've gotten my forecast wrong over the last 6 months. But this is an evolving crisis. It's changed. At times we think we're doing better. We have to take a step back. And so you can't be decisive and say that's all. I think if I had one ask for everybody is to continue what we're doing now. His Excellency had this great forum at the G20 where we were talking. In the 33 years that I've worked in the industry, I've never seen a time that the private and public sector have talked this much. And so we need to continue to communicate our needs, but also what we can do to help each other. And I think so that's the first one. The second one is to go back and look at technology has really improved. And it's improved for the better. We're going to be able to do things with technology now that will enable us to travel better and safer in the future. But we need to make sure that technology doesn't take away jobs in our industry. And so to go back and retrain people, we spent a lot of time over this pandemic as a company retraining people to get them back to work, because we are one of those few industries that really help people grow. You can come in an hourly job as a housekeeper and 20 years later retire in a very nice job in an executive role in a hotel. That's our responsibility, that's our stewardship in our industry. And so training people and continuing to train them will continue to be our obligation as we go forward.
Great. Isabel made a very interesting point about trust being a new currency of sorts. And Luis and Felipe, I want to bring you in at this stage. For recovery, we need to provide a certainty to the travelers, but just as much to the workforce, the people who work. What are you seeing at ETC in Portugal Tourism Board? How are you helping your employees who either have lost their jobs or are about to lose their jobs?
Yes, I think that's a very good question. Can I ask something to Craig too? Because, what we see, and of course, we had a lot of financial support to the companies, but we also gave a lot of training to people, to staff, to workers, to very small enterprises that had nothing to do, no revenue whatsoever. We reached more than 80,000 people in Portugal. And as I told you, we have a 400,000 people workforce. But it wasn't training specifically for them to go back to their position or to their work. It was training to show them the amount of opportunities they have inside the tourism sector. And I think we have to see, and I agree with Isabel, we have to build trust. But building trust with workers, it's not telling them that they will do exactly the same thing they will do a few years ago or that they did in 2019. It's about gaining the trust of those who left us, those who went to another jobs in the industry or any other business, and that we need them because they were very valued and trained staff. And I think this is the opportunity to think about that. How can we change the value or the perception of people working in tourism, which in any country is the same? How can we attract the best ones? How can we improve the level of skills? How can we train them to be entrepreneurships? How can we train them to be different? And something which is very important to us, of course, because we're always talking about sustainability, but sustainability starts with diversity. And a very small data that we've seen in a previous talk that said that 54% of the working force in tourism were women. And we all clapped. It's true, it's impressive. But if we see the average salary of a woman in tourism and a man in tourism, it's completely different. If you see the amount of women that we have in CEO level, in big companies, it's not as impressive as that. And we have to make commitments with this. And this is for, and this is for the private sector to do. It's not for the public sector. And I think this is the time to make this kind of compromises.
I do want to bring in Isabel at this point in time. Isabel and Craig, I will come back to you because I know you wanted to make a point. Isabel, very quickly, we don't want to get back to where we were. We want to build back better, and diversity and inclusion is a key element of that. How do we ensure we include diversity and inclusion as a key parameter in the future? And that links to what Luis was saying, and I'll come back to you, Craig.
Well, thank you for the question. As I mentioned, in the early days, the revenues were really being pushed out. Tax revenues were being pushed out for liquidity and to support individuals. I think now we are at a point where we can begin to pivot and look at the future. And I think that we have a great opportunity now. People understand much better now the opportunities in nature-based travel. They, I think, appreciate much more the connection of culture and diversity. And I think what we need to do now is to promote the development of new tourism product and to have people experience much more the diversity of our culture. But that is going to require government support. And I know we have in the United States about $750 million that has been targeted towards communities who have been disproportionately affected. And I think this is one opportunity to take that not only to support businesses and communities as they were, but to really look to the future and how we can use that interest in diversity. And it's not just a government thing. This is what I think our data is telling us about what travelers want. So helping to connect the opportunity with those communities to tell, excuse me, to tell those stories, I think is a really, really exciting path forward.
Great. Craig, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I was going to go back to this question of trust. I think it's a little more than trust. It's also about hope. And I think as we build, as we go forward, part of our job as leaders in companies or in the public sector also is to help people in our industry understand that there's a lot of hope. I mean, the demand is going to come back. Pre-pandemic, it was growing faster than GDP in almost every country. That's going to come back. And so explaining that to people and giving them the hope that they're not just getting a job back, but they're getting an opportunity and a future back, a future to grow. And if you're anywhere in the world, we're an industry that you can take somebody that can grow up in one country and that we can export them to another country to work in the same industry. And so it's fantastic what we can do for people, but we got to tell them and show them, kind of paint a picture of how needed it is and how much we're going to need them in the future.
Great. Felipe, if I can ask you, sticking to the concept of trust, given a lot of the employees in the sector are frontline employees and dealing with people at close quarters, is there also an element where the workforce are apprehensive of coming back into their frontline jobs? Just to give you an example, there was an article recently about Amazon spending $4 billion to be COVID ready to have their employees deal with that. Are you seeing a lot of that, especially at the airports?
Well, we are the safest industry in the world. And basically, aviation have a track record of safety and security that is impressive. What we are trying to do as our airports is try to bring the passengers and also the workers back in a way that they feel comfortable with that. That's why we, following the CART, following the ICAO procedures and guidelines, we implement the airport health accreditation in almost 400 airports till now. We have 600 airports already assigned in our network that is 2,000 airports globally that comprise 98% of the global traffic. That's why nowadays we already have around 70% of the airports covered on this approach of health and hygiene measures that most of them will come to stay for longer, and we have like an harmonization in the process that keep the employees safe and in a good environment as well.
Great. Minister Neto, since you've come into office, there's been quite a bit of changes that Brazil has taken. You've opened up visa-free travel. You're now in conversation with US and many other countries to have more crews, more airlines. But obviously, simply reopening international travel is not going to be enough to deal with this crisis. What are other barriers that you need to ensure you're looking at so we can get back the jobs that we've lost in the pandemic?
Well, fortunately, Brazil has a very good inbound tourism. We have about 90 million Brazilians that travel inside our country. And they are getting confidence again, trust in the way that we travel. And it's going to be after the lockdowns that many states are making right now. In Brazil, each state has their own way to decide if is going to make the lockdown or no. But for example, in January this year, we was about 85% of our internal tourism recovery of 2019. All the numbers, because as I told you, Brazil exports 11 million people to all the world each year. And this year, the last year, all these 11 million people stayed here in Brazil and make a very huge difference, especially in the northeast of Brazil, as we could see it. And with the jobs, we are really getting very concerned about that. And that's why we are working so much in many ways to the government help the private sector. For example, we put it in the economy, special for the tourism sector, $1 billion to keep the jobs in Brazil. And we have been working very, very, very close with the tourism companies all during this time. And we are expecting to go through it with the vaccination. Brazil right now is the number 4 in the world in the number of vaccines that was acquired already.
If I can stay with you and ask a follow-up question, Minister, and you mentioned this, that Brazil gets 6 million visitors, and in one of your interviews you had rightly said that's the number of people who take the elevator to go see Eiffel Tower, and hence you want to increase tourism in Brazil. My question is, what would good look like to you? What are your targets?
Internacional.
Eu acho que melhorar o turismo interno para depois o internacional.
We are working right now in the internal tourism, but we have a target. We have to build together a new rules for borders in all around the world. Not just Brazil make his own rule, not just Europe make their own rule, US, Argentina, we have to work together. So it makes easier for all the airlines company and for all the operators in the world to restart the tourism. Our target will be about, for external tourism, would be about 15 million external tourists in Brazil. Plus we have 90 million Brazilians that work together because Brazil is a continental country.
Right.
When you see Ceará, for example, one state of Brazil, is about the same size of Spain. And Ceará receives about 30 million tourists from Brazil already.
Right.
So we have a very strong internal tourism that helps us. But we have a very big potential. Brazil receives less tourists than the Eiffel Tower. Mm-hmm. Brazil receives just 6 million tourists a year. That's too low number.
Understand.
So that's why we are working on that.
Thank you. Luis, if I can ask you, speaking of vaccination, it's being rolled out. We have multiple approved candidates, but it comes with its own challenges, as we have seen in Europe and rest of the world. What would be good targets for you from a jobs perspective? What would be a blue sky scenario?
That's a wonderful question. As I told you, we want to go back to the numbers we had, all of us. A business, a country, a destination, whatever. We want to go back to 2019. Portugal grew, increased 65% their revenues in 4 years. We reached a record of 27 million guests in 2019. But we need to take lessons from this pandemic, and we can't do the things the same way we were doing. And in terms of workforce, we need to prepare people. We will have this again and again, especially because now we have 7 billion experts in virology, all of us. So we need to prepare people for the future needs of the tourism, and we need to prepare them through training, giving them the right conditions in terms of even creating new models of contracting people that conciliates work with family, with studies. This is crucial. And if we don't think about this, and we don't, once again, make commitments in our own place, in our own business, in our own country to do this for the future, then we will go back to what we have, and it's not good. So we have to change this. This is a really great opportunity to change, and especially when we talk about the workforce. Because they're the basic, and we all say that this is an activity from people to people, so this is the time to focus on people and forget about the rest. This is the time to do things right.
Great. Felipe, would you agree? We need to have new jobs, but the idea is not to get back to where we were. We probably need different kinds of jobs in both the public and private sector.
We do, but we also need to work and see what we can do to also in the future export jobs. And that may not necessarily mean that somebody's working in the country. You could have marketing done in Mumbai, India for a hotel in New York City. And I think there's a lot of opportunities there. I think one of the things that is kind of unfair in life and that we need to concentrate on is the fact that we're going to recover the countries that are large and have large populations will have a lot of domestic travel, as the minister said. That is going to buoy them up and it's going to give them an advantage. Regional travel will be second, and probably long-haul travel is third. The problem is most of those long-haul destinations are the ones that need it the most. They need the jobs, and they don't have governments in many of the cases that can support their people when they don't have jobs for a long period of time. And so the onus is on us as the public and the private sector. What can we do to retrain them to either export them physically or virtually to another part of the world until the demand is up in where they are?
This is an interesting point, Isabel, also about the future of work and how it might be different compared to what we've had. But it also brings in, I think, an interesting point that people are now working in a hybrid environment, half remote, half in the office. But interestingly enough, that has put considerable pressure on mental well-being. And you're seeing a lot more anxiety and depression at work, and we heard that in the morning. How would you then support the workforce whilst creating new jobs in that new environment?
I think the question of mental health is a very real issue, and one that both the public and private sectors need to take very seriously, and to put in infrastructures in place to support not only the workers themselves but their families, because they are no longer coming to the workplace; they are at home, so their mental health also affects their families. It also, you know, the more stress there is on people, the more stress there is on the family system. So I think taking it very seriously is really important, and setting up systems to deal with it. But I'd also like to point out something that is probably painfully obvious, which is probably the best thing that we can do is to be kind. And this is something everybody can do. It's to be kind to your employees. It's to be kind to your customers. It's being kind to people who may be different than yourself. This is a fabulous opportunity for us all to think about how we are connecting, not only to travel to connect, but how we are connecting in our daily lives to bring, I think, people together in a very different way.
Great.
And to support one another.
Thank you. I'll pick on that question and bring it to you, Felipe, because it's asking exactly what Isabel is saying. How do we ensure more business and government leaders making business and policy decisions reflect the underrepresented communities that need to be reflected in the future of travel and tourism, and what could those private sector commitments look like? And I would love to bring it all. I think we have literally 5 minutes left. Bring it all to everyone. We don't want to go back to what we were or where we were. How do we accelerate recovery? So please do think of what you might want to say. One thing that would make things better.
Well, I can spend a day talking about that, but I will try to go direct to the point. We need harmonization. When the world and the minister told exactly that, when we still with the countries taking different decisions in different parts of the world, it will be very difficult to reopen. We are a regulated industry. Aviation is a regulated industry. We know how to deal with the regulation, but you cannot deal with the different regulations in different parts of the world. We need to have a kind of harmonization. We have to have a kind of risk assessment from the governments that take decisions based on the risk assessment, and of course use the tests and vaccines to reopen the borders and reopen the countries. We are a community that have millions of jobs. We are a community that serves the world in terms of connectivity, in terms of the employment, in terms of make the people get together, in terms of the tourists that you see different people in different places around the world. Everybody's keen to travel. We just need to have a kind of harmonization.
Great. Craig, if I can come to you, and I will take this in order.
Yeah, I'm going to apologize, but my answer comes into three. I think we need to continue what we're doing. We need more. We need to continue the dialogue between the private and the public sector. It's been phenomenal, but we can't think the crisis is over at one date and then all of a sudden it stops and we start blaming each other in the future. We've got a partner. The second thing is I think we need to think about the people that work for us. And going back to this, be kind, the best thing we can do for people is train them for a future. And so whether it's training the people in your company or training the people in your country, we need to do that. And the third one is we've made huge advances in technology because we had to get through this pandemic, to make travel safer, to make it, maybe take away some of the barriers. We need to use those going forward to make travel even easier and even safer going forward.
Great. Luis.
I'm going to say, well, we need dialogue, but we need action. Right now we need action, and we need to focus on the future. That's the first thing. If we focus on the future, on what we can do in terms of technology, in terms of sustainability, in terms of skills for people, especially this sector that has been giving so much to so many countries, we will surely have a fast recovery in our sector. We know in 1 month, in 2 months, we will all be traveling again and we will forget what we've passed. So this is a time to establish goals and commitments. This is a time to assume our responsibility as a public sector, but also as a private sector. And we can do this in a broader level or in a smaller level, but we have to do it. And so I would say, and I think in a few hours or minutes, we will have a very nice initiative from WTTC. Congratulations about the role of women in tourism. Let's support this. Let's support this diversity, because this is the only way we will recover much stronger than we were in 2019.
Great. Isabel, over to you, and then final words to Minister. We have 1 minute left.
Oh, thank you. I'll try to be very quick. I totally agree with harmonization and the need to develop a risk-based, data-driven system for opening, particularly international travel. In the U.S., we're looking at this now, and we are, rather than looking at a stoplight system, we are trying to move and see if we can move towards a risk-based system about individuals that looks at travel history, that looks at COVID status. I think that's absolutely critical in the near term. I would also agree that we need to untether ourselves from the past and have a vision of a new travel and tourism future. Because I think that when we keep looking back to 2019, I think it limits our thinking. We need to unleash the power of innovation. We need to develop a tourism industry that is more sensitive to the environment, that is more sensitive to the communities, that is more diverse and inspiring to travelers. And I think that at the end of the day, if we do this, we can find that we are more resilient, more prepared, and actually really contributing to making the world a better place.
Thank you. Minister Neto, your last words. What do we really need to do?
We need to work together, government and private sector, and we have a challenge to recover as fast as the world can do it, and as safe as it can be. And so that's the only thing that we have to work and we get through it is if all the world works together. Brazil cannot work alone, Portugal cannot work alone. We all have to work together and make the new facilities to all the people travel around the world again. So that's one of the most important things that we have to build together.
Thank you very, very much. We're out of time, but not before I thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you not just for being here, thank you for being the voice of the 272 million people who still work in this sector. Thank you for testifying on behalf of those ordinary, extraordinary men and women, because they expect all of us to rise to the challenge, and we should do nothing less. This is not a battle we can afford to lose. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you to Aradhana for a really stimulating panel, to all the panelists. Thank you very, very much. You know, we've been hearing today from industry leaders who are envisioning what the future looks like, leaning into even new ways of doing business that will not only recover the jobs that we've lost, but also create new jobs and learn from this pandemic. As we look at that kind of resilient leadership, who better to give us ideas, strategies, than a transformative global political leader? And our final session of the day will be a one-on-one interview with WTTC's Gloria Guevara and the former president of Colombia and the 2016 Nobel Peace Prize winner, Juan Manuel Santos. You're going to hear about President Santos's resolute effort.
The developed countries and the environment, because those two elements were lacking in the Millennium Goals. I told him, you know that I only received proposals that are maximum 3 pages long, and they took out a memorandum of 3 pages and gave it to me. I read that, and I said to my Minister of Foreign Affairs, another marvelous lady, this is a very important initiative. Why don't you try to see if you can rally enough support, and I will present that in the summit in Brazil, the Rio +20 summit. And in the year 2012, I did that. The idea started to get a lot of support from the UK, from President Obama, from the Chinese that were chairing that meeting, and it finally became the world agenda in the year 2015 by unanimous vote in the United Nations. So that's how the SDGs came about, and they are now a guideline for every country. They are flexible, 17 goals that you can prioritize according to each country's needs. And that's a good part of this SDGs, is that every country can prioritize the SDGs that they want. And I think with this, all of them, right? this industry, the tourism industry, if you embrace the SDGs, you will be much better off, because you can have a tremendous influence. For example, the gender that we have been discussing, this is the SDG number 5. Well, as has been said, the majority of the people employed in this industry are women. 54%. So by promoting tourism, by promoting this industry, you are also helping to fulfill the SDG number 5. Or another, the number 1 is fighting poverty. The effect of tourism in fighting poverty has been underestimated in the world. Many people don't know the effect. There is a study in the Inter-American Development Bank that proves that 1% of extra foreign exchange income in a country has 0.5% effect in the creation of employment. That's a tremendous leverage. And today, what we need is more employment, and therefore, by supporting the tourism industry, you are also helping the SDG number 1.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you, by the way, because that has been amazing, and the entire world is referring now, and that is the global agenda. In other words, that's what's uniting all the countries, the SDGs. Thank you for that story. President Santos, one of the challenges, perhaps the most difficult challenge last year was at the beginning, especially the international collaboration. You had this vision with other leaders within the region to create what is called the Alianza del Pacífico, right? It was very successful. Can you share why do you think that it was important and how effective that was? I do remember, and I benefited from that, but can you share with the audience what was that about?
Well, Latin America has been trying to integrate since our independence, and almost every effort has really failed. The Andean Pact, the Mercosur, they don't work very well. And I was in Davos, in a meeting in Davos, and a friend of mine from the UK said, there are 4 countries that have a lot in common in Latin America, which are the countries that have a coast in the Pacific. Mexico, Colombia, Peru, and Chile. That would be ideal to integrate because the importance of the Asia-Pacific region was very evident. And so I took that idea and I shared it with the then president of Peru. And he was much more effective than I was. He said, what a great idea. And he immediately wrote a letter to President Calderón, to President Piñera in Chile, saying, this is a great idea. And that's how the Pacific Alliance was created. But why did it become the most successful integration process in Latin American history? Because we decided that it would be led by the private sector. We would have a business council that would tell the presidents what is it that we need to do in order to make integration possible and more effective, without any bureaucratic international council. It was simply a very pragmatic approach. Because of the positive effects. We have the proof. It is there. The numbers are there.
You know, you say something very important because, for instance, the private sector, and here you have a couple of, I mean, a lot of
needs a different type of leadership. In my case, I had the unique opportunity of being a leader making war for 4 years as a Minister of Defense, and I was very successful making war. I was elected president the first time with the highest margin of votes because I was a war hero. But then, and the leadership you need there is a very easy type of leadership. It's a vertical leadership. You get orders, you rally the forces around you, and as long as you win, you become very popular. Making peace needs a different type of leadership. Needs a leadership that that you can persuade, you can teach. You need to persuade somebody to forgive the perpetrators of the atrocities that they have committed, and that's much more difficult. And I relate that to what is happening in the pandemic. Unfortunately, the world, when this pandemic started, had no leadership. One of the problems of the pandemic is there's no world leadership. And that's a problem for the world and for many countries. But you're starting to see a new type of leadership emerging from the pandemic. The old authoritarian type of leadership, they haven't done very well in the pandemic. But the new type of leadership, and I will give you examples, New Zealand, and Norway, Taiwan, Finland, that type of leadership that is built on trust, on recuperating the trust of the people. That, by the way, all of the leaders are women. This is the type of leadership that we need now in order to reestablish something which is absolutely crucial for the world. It's been said here, and it's absolutely crucial for tourism. It's among the countries of the world. And that is very important if we want to Ukraine in big trouble. And I said only that I was bringing the peace flag to Colombia to make peace with President Santos the day of his birthday. That day was my birthday. And he's going to, it is his 48th birthday. And I said, precisely, I'm not 48, I'm 58. And my dear wife,